Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the UNESCO International Forum on the Futures of Education 2024. I am Ji Woo-rim, a program specialist at the Korean National Commission for UNESCO, and I'll be the host of today's main program. It's a great pleasure to meet you all. And I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all participants who have joined us on this 3-day forum journey from Monday until today. Let us now officially begin the third final day of this forum. I trust you have gained valuable insights from the distinguished speakers in your chosen parallel sessions. For today's first plenary session, we will have a unique and meaningful opportunity to hear the voices of youth who will shape our futures as key change makers. A total of 29 students, divided into 5 groups, have spent the past 4 months exchanging their insights and perspectives on the futures of education. They have worked diligently to craft a meaningful message to share with all of you here today. As the driving force behind tomorrow's innovations and progress, these young individuals bring fresh perspectives and bold ideas to the discussions on the futures of education. Please join me in welcoming our 2 moderators and 5 speakers to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the youth session, the 3rd special session, and perhaps the most dynamic and energetic session of this whole forum. Today, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment where reimagining the futures of education is not just a necessity, but also an opportunity to chart a way forward. And in doing so, youth are often celebrated for their fresh perspectives, vibrant energy, and potential to drive transformative change. They are depicted as key stakeholders in shaping the educational landscape for tomorrow.
However, we feel it is worth gently reflecting on whether their voices have truly been amplified as much as their significance suggests. For instance, in this forum, the average age of speakers appears to easily be over 40. Then, it makes us wonder how many students have had the opportunity to stand on this stage and share their life experience and insights into education over the past 2.5 days. This observation is not a critique, but an invitation to think critically about the inclusivity and representation, ensuring that youth are not only celebrated as symbols of change, but are also empowered to actively contribute to the dialogue that shapes their future.
Therefore, the youth session is not just a platform for ideas. It's both a movement and a pronouncement that we, as students, bring a unique lens to this discussion, that our direct experiences will help us overcome the challenges and explore opportunities of contemporary education. From traditional education concerns like teachers and classrooms, and to emerging concerns as technology and student rights and activism, we thus aim to portray our voices as something more than just valuable. They are essential.
We are Sohyun Park
And Byung-jun Yu,
your moderators for today's session. It is an incredible honor for us to be here, and we deeply thank you for joining us and listening to the youth. This session is truly global in spirit, bringing together youth from diverse cultural backgrounds and nationalities. Moreover, our colorful first-hand experiences, from international students making a voice far from home to those who faced barriers directly in their childhood classrooms, have enriched our discussions even further. Through intense collaboration and teamwork, we have continuously developed our discussions. Today, we are excited to present our fruits of efforts, the culmination of audacious voices, and we hope it resonates with you.
now, let us dive into this exciting journey together, not merely discussing about youth, but by and with youth, into transforming education and shaping a brighter future for all. I like to emphasize that this youth session is not just about listening to the voices of the youth, but also about fostering meaningful dialogues and discussions with all of you. During each group's presentation, you'll find a QR code displayed on every slide. If you have any questions, simply scan the code, which will lead you to the Q&A session padded page, and submit your questions to the respective group. After all the presentations, we will select some of those questions to address during the official Q&A session. Now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, as we stand at the crossroads of education and technology, Group 1 will delve into a transformative topic: AI technology in classrooms with a critical nuance. How can artificial intelligence not just supplement, but truly enhance the learning experiences of students? They explore its promises, challenges, and potential to reshape the educational landscape. Group 1, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're from Group 1. And as we envision the future of education, it's clear that AI and digital technology will be inseparable from learning. But as we move forward, the key question isn't just how to integrate AI into learning, but more on how to use it wisely. We must consider the challenges that comes within this transformation and ensure that AI can become a tool that empowers instead of overwhelms students. So among our groups, despite of AI potential, we believe that AI has introduced significant challenges to education. For example, one of our group members, Dagyong, shared her experience in becoming overly reliant on AI tools such as ChatGPT, and she also questioned whether this overdependence might hinder her ability to think critically and independently. Another case comes from another member, Suhee, who expressed her concern in privacy issues because she's worried about her personal information that she input into the ChatGPT or any other kind of AI tools might be misused by the AI systems. These experiences reflects the broader issues faced by students in the use of AI in education, expanding from the erosions of critical thinking ability to the fear of losing control over personal data. This then led us to explore the deeper implications of AI in education, guided by UNESCO's report in Generative AI in Education and Research. So this report also offers valuable insights, but we wanted to compare between its finding and real-world experiences coming from students like us. So to better understand the challenges posed by AI, we asked these three guiding questions. Are the issues discussed in the report actually occurring among students? Are there other issues not covered in the report that needs to be addressed? And how are these issues affecting students in reality? Our group then constructed a survey for students, and we found both commonalities and differences from the findings of the reports and students' experiences. For example, when it comes to commonalities, the privacy issue concern is one of the major concerns, as many other students also have the same worriness of what might happen to their personal information that they input into the AI tools. However, this whole process also led us to witness the differences in terms of how this report does not fully address issues such as dependency and over-immersions which students might experience while using the AI tools that can lead to cases such as loss of agency. Additionally, our survey also highlighted another growing problem, which is students feeling overwhelmed by AI capabilities, which might reduce their ability to think critically. This then suggests that students are at risk of being passively shaped by technology instead of actively using it to further their goals. Our findings from this survey underscored the urgent need for education systems to help students not only to prepare them on how to use AI, but also on how to use it critically and well engage with it. This means fostering a balanced approach where students can still get the benefits from AI support, but they are not being overly overwhelmed with the use of AI. As a group, we then propose a pedagogical interventions that focus on helping students maintaining their own agency. For example, just like how parents don't give their young children unrestricted access to smartphones, we believe schools should also introduce AI gradually to students, ensuring that students have the skills to balance its use. With this, the future generations, not only us, will also won't feel overwhelmed by the use of AI and instead can use it to enhance their potential. So, our presentation, then we conclude that we envision a future of education where students are not a passive consumers of technology, but instead those who can become an active participants that knows how to understand, then interact with ChatGPT or any other type of AI tools. This is because while most of us here are university students who are just exposed to AI tools, we are working very hard to navigate our way in the use of AI. However, the next generation, those who are exposed to AI tools since young age, must be equipped with the skills to balance the use of AI. So we call on educators and policymakers to balance this priority so that they can make students be able to help the skills. By doing so, we can help and create a more resilient and healthier digital generations. So let's work hard on making this vision into reality. Thank you.
Group 1, thank you very much. As education evolves in an AI-driven era, one thing remains clear. The role of teachers remains irreplaceable. However, despite their significance, compared to the emphasis on the technological advancement in classrooms, we have paid less attention to the educators who provide not only tools and guidance, but also the human touch, which is essential for students' emotional growth. Group 2 will explore how teachers and AI can coexist as partners. They will guide us through strategies to ensure that teachers are empowered, equipped, and inspired to lead classrooms shaped by rapid changes in surrounding settings.
L'avenir ressemble souvent à une course entre les humains
Feels
et
like
la
a
technologie.
race between humans and technology. Discussions about artificial intelligence replacing human jobs and automating nearly everything have become common.
Dans le domaine de l'éducation,
So in education, the same question arises. Will artificial intelligence ever replace teachers one day? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ayub, representing the second group of young UNESCO participants. Today, we will explore the theme,
les enseignants d'aujourd'hui, la vision d'aujourd'hui,
Today's Vision, Tomorrow's Teachers. We will focus on how teachers and AI can work together to build a better future for the education.
un avenir meilleur pour l'éducation. Dans le domaine de l'éducation,
So in the field of education, teachers play a valuable role. Our group, which is made up of members from Malaysia, Morocco, and Korea, includes teachers
en formation initiale,
in training
qui ont été
who were inspired to become educators thanks to the positive impact their own teachers had on their lives.
ne sont pas contentés
These teachers did not simply transmit knowledge. Rather,
mais nos enseignants,
these teachers listened to us, they encouraged us, and they helped us grow as individuals.
c'est ce que nous appelons le contact,
This is what we call
la
human
capacité de
connection or contact. It is the ability to emotionally connect with students, understand the students' needs, and guide their development.
bien qu'il soit puissant.
Artificial intelligence, although it is powerful, cannot replicate this.
Artificielle excelle dans la
AI excels at processing data, personalizing lessons, and identifying patterns. But AI lacks the ability to build trust. AI lacks the ability to understand emotions and create meaningful relationships. These human qualities are indeed essential Especially, they are essential for young students who need support, not only academically, but also socially and emotionally. That is why instead of replacing teachers, AI should be a tool to help teachers focus on what they do best. By taking over repetitive tasks, AI allows teachers to spend more time connecting with their students and spend more time fostering a caring learning environment. So together, teachers and AI can make education more effective and human-centered. To help teachers thrive in a world dominated by AI, we need to rethink and reimagine their role and prepare them for the future. In order to do this, we propose answering 3 key questions from the Futures of Education report. The first question is, what should we abandon? Second question, what should we continue doing? And finally, what should we creatively reinvent? First of all, we must stop viewing or considering AI as a replacement for teachers. Students need the emotional support and the attention that only human teachers can provide. Second, the current teacher training programs that focus on improving digital skills should be maintained. These programs actually help teachers understand artificial intelligence and use it effectively in their classrooms. And finally, teachers should not only use AI, but the teachers should also learn to guide their students in using AI in a responsible manner. So to achieve this, we propose introducing sabbatical years for teachers, not just for university professors. So what are these sabbatical years? We believe that a sabbatical year is not just a break, but it is an opportunity for teachers to grow and adapt. And it is also an opportunity to strengthen teachers' connection with their students. By learning to integrate artificial intelligence in schools, exploring new teaching methodologies, and participating in collaborative networks, teachers can actually return after this sabbatical year with innovative ideas and stronger human connections. This benefits not only the teachers themselves, but it also benefits the students, and it will ensure a more impactful and human-centered learning experience. The futures of education may integrate advanced artificial intelligence tools, but the heart of education will always remain the teacher. It is the teachers who give education its purpose, its meaning, and its humanity. So let us imagine that we are on a time machine heading toward tomorrow. What kind of future do you want to envision or create? We believe that by supporting teachers with innovative ideas, just like the sabbatical years that we just proposed, we can ensure that they remain at the center of education while adapting to new technologies. Teachers and artificial intelligence can collaborate to shape a future that is both innovative, effective, and profoundly humane. So this is our vision for the teachers of tomorrow. Now we will conclude our presentation by asking all of you here a question. What is your vision for the future of education, for the future of teachers? Thank you.
Merci. Group 2. The world is more interconnected than ever, and university students are at the forefront of this globalization. Group 3 will present how universities are becoming a corridor of youth participation and youth-driven activism for empowerment and social inclusion in the Korean context, and what its implications and to the futures of higher education. How can we support them to become the next wave of active contributors to rapidly changing global society? Group 3, you have the podium.
Thank you.
I'm going to describe it using the word network because I think it was built with the aim of connecting or building more networks, not just between ASEAN students, but also among ASEAN students and Korean students here in Korea.
Interest in issues comes from the fact that I think deep down, all of us try our best to be a good person. And when you want to be like a good person, you kind of do your best to help others as best as you can. I mean, we're all humans, so it's like hard to, you can't perfectly help anyone, but you just try your best, I think.
If I were to say the one thing that probably joins everyone in CISA, it would probably be international student struggle, right? Because not everyone is in the same department, right? Some people are doing humanities, some people are doing engineering, some people are doing business, and it's all different. But because it's all different, it has different scales, I guess, skins as to how different international students come through and have different challenges during their college life. So even though it's different, it is that difference that makes us want to integrate. Because I remember that I said the one word that probably defines CISA is integration, where we try to bring everyone, regardless of how different they are, regardless of how their struggles is different, together to try to accommodate everyone so that they don't have to go through the same thing.
I would say it's going to be fostering and solidifying the partnerships, because I acknowledge as college students, sometimes we could be like easily dismissed because, you know, we're not actually like economists or like environmentalists yet, but we do have this passion to make changes for the better, and we are a part of the society as well. So we could provide our perspectives and provide what we have. So.
I've never had the opportunity to learn more about policy making, attend youth summits, attend workshops that tackle climate change and digitalization. So through AY and K, I'm provided with these valuable opportunities that actually widen my perspective a lot.
The thing that is most important, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna say it's easy. I'm not gonna say it's a piece of cake. However, I think when we do our sit-ins on campus or when we do it on forums, and then people come up to me and tell me, you're so inspiring. Or when we get messages from people, from my family in Gaza, they tell me, oh, we can't believe our voices reached all the way to Palestine. All the way to South Korea from Palestine. And then having people ask me where did I get the cookies from, or where did I, oh, the necklaces, where did you get it from? I think these little moments generally motivate me to not give up and not to just stop. And then when we have Korean people come to us and ask us questions, I think that is the moment that makes me realize, what I'm doing is really important. Okay, what I'm doing is not useless. It's something that is happening right now, and people are learning from it. And there's this motto that we have, is that if one person gets informed from us or gains something positive from us as Korea, then we did well.
For my Korean peers, we have a lot of pride about our older generations, student actions and student activism. We have statues of student activists. We have we have days to remember them. So kind of why
why can't that also be you? Don't just let it be history. Don't just let it be forgotten, but like live it out. And those things that you say you respect and you honor, let me see that in your life.
As we reflect on the future and envision a new social contract for education, it is evident that young people must be central to this transformation. According to the 2021 UNESCO report, Reimagining Our Futures Together, the key to continuity and progress lies in empowering young people, not just as participants, but as co-creators of the societies and systems they will inherit. This is not about granting permission or token consultation. It is about creating environments where youth are integral to decision-making with the tools and freedoms to shape their futures. Our research into student movements, particularly in the Republic of Korea, reveals the transformative potential of youth activism. These movements demonstrate the power of collaboration between diverse groups, overcoming barriers like limited institutional support, social exclusion, and fear of repercussions. Despite these obstacles, the students push for change with urgency and moral clarity. Their determination reminds us that education systems must go beyond teaching about active citizenship. They must enable it. Yet, while international frameworks often champion youth participation, the reality is starkly different. Too many students face institutional barriers that discourage or even punish their efforts to engage. Existing frameworks are used to silence the very voices they claim to empower. This must change. To build truly inclusive and equitable education systems, we must dismantle these barriers and rethink how we approach youth participation. Roger Holt's Ladder of Youth Engagement provides a helpful lens, illustrating levels of involvement that range from tokenism to full partnership. True engagement means moving beyond superficial involvement or mere consultation, ensuring that young people have meaningful roles and influence in decision-making processes. We need educational institutions to act as enablers, not as gatekeepers, fostering spaces where youth do not need to ask for authorization to participate in shaping their own communities. As the UNESCO report mentions, the youth leading today's movements are not waiting for permission. They are responding to challenges with urgency and courage, to challenges that paralyze many of us. It is time for education systems to match that urgency, ensuring that participation is not just encouraged, but actively supported at every level. Together, let us build a future where education systems empowers young people to take the lead, unburdened by outdated restrictions or petty politics, but guided by the shared goal of a just, inclusive, and sustainable future. Thank you.
Group 3, thank you very much. Universities are not just centers of learning, they are spaces where ideas, relationships, and growth take shape. But really, all our universities and academic institutions specially designed to foster democratic and active relationships like how they promised us. Group 4 will explore how redesigning academic spaces can foster relational pedagogy, creating environments that nurture communication, empathy, and meaningful connections in education.
Thank you. 안녕하세요. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jihyun Lee, and I'm deeply honored to represent the Republic of Korea and to stand before you at this forum. So let me ask you a question. How do you remember your college experience? Was it really a place that sparked your creativity, nurtured relationships, and inspired your personal growth? Or was it a simple place for note-taking, exams, and lectures? Today, I invite you to explore a critical yet overlooked idea that universities should be the place to foster where it fosters students' growth. To make this a reality, we need to think not only what we teach, but where the learning takes place. Because the classrooms are far more just than the physical distances. They shape the relationships we build and the power dynamics we feel and the learning experience that we carry forward. Now, let's take a moment to think back to your high school days. If a teacher forgot your name, you might have felt a little bit disappointed, right? But if a professor remembers your name, it can be, sometimes feel very intimidating, right? Oh, no one agrees with it. Actually, it was for me. And I and my group mate really found this strange because what kind of situation makes this kind of changes? And we realized that it's not just about the teaching styles, but also in the design of the spaces where the learning occurs. The very structure of the university classrooms are often designed in ways that create an invisible psychological distance between the professors and students. This distance just doesn't really make the interaction harder, but also it often limits the meaningful collaborations altogether. Universities are often idealized as places of academic freedom and open discussions. But let's be honest, the reality is passive one-way lectures with minimal opportunities for engagement for many students. I want to share a story from one of my teammates. She entered university full of excitement, expecting academic freedoms and vibrant discussions among the peers, only to be disappointed by the rote learning and limited interaction. The issue isn't just about the outdated teaching styles, but also about how the design of the classrooms discourages the creativity and connection. The UNESCO Futures of Education report reminds us that pedagogy is relational. In other words, education isn't just about delivering the contents, it's about connection. Meaning that it's a mutual exchange where both professors and students learn and connect from one another. But how often today's classroom designs usually make that kind of connection possible? Honestly, and unfortunately, not very often. Instead of fostering relationships, these spaces are often created barriers and prevent the meaningful interactions that could stimulate their creativity and make the education truly transformative. Now, I want you to take a moment to look at these two images of the classrooms, one from the South Korea and one from the States. Despite their geographical distance, their layouts are strikingly similar, isn't it? Professors just stand elevated on a podium and delivering lectures to the rows of seated students. This layout may feel natural to us, but it carries deeper implications, we think. A renowned Korean architect Hyunjin Lee once said that space reflects power. He uses the example of the panopticon, a structure where the prisoners are under constant observation by guards in elevated tower, a design that symbolizes unequal power dynamics. Now, let's think about your university classrooms. While this might sound quite extreme here, there's a parallel to be drawn. Professors on elevated platforms symbolizes the authority, while students below may feel hesitant to question, challenge, or engage freely. Spatial hierarchies, quite literally, reinforce the power hierarchies by creating an environment where a student may feel disengaged or feel silenced. Now, I want you to step outside of academia and look at some of the world's most innovative companies like Google and Amazon. Their workspaces are nothing like the traditional classrooms. These organizations have embraced open spaces, collaborative working zones, and flexible seating arrangement. Why? Because they know that these environments spark creativity, encourage their teamwork, and allow for open communication. These companies understand that the spaces we occupy influences how we think, work, and connect. And we were wondering, what if universities introduce more of these flexible open spaces we see in the innovative companies? Imagine features like beanbags, just like in the picture, casual meeting areas, and even designated spaces for coffee chats. Places where people feel free to exchange their ideas and think outside the box. In contrast, universities, which are meant to be the house of intellectual growth, have been slow to adapt this kind of changes. Despite their mission to foster the creativity and learning and innovation of the students, they often lack spaces that promote creativity, collaboration, and even meaningful interactions among the individuals. So, what if universities took a page from the companies like Google and Amazon? What if classrooms were redesigned to break down barriers and encourage the interactions and create a more level playing field between the professors and students? These changes may seem small, but I believe, and our group believe, that they hold the potential to transform how we teach, how we learn, and how we connect. So before I conclude, I'd like to leave you with two questions. First, are universities truly meeting the students' expectations for growth and collaborations? And second, how can we reimagine academic spaces to better support the evolving needs of today's and tomorrow's learners? These questions are not just for educators and architects, but for all of us who believe in the transformative power of education to rethink how the higher education should be and can be. I hope we imagine and create university spaces that inspire, connect, and even empower the individuals. Thank you for reimagining better education with me today. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Group 4. As we reflect on the progresses made in understanding neurodiversity, it is quite clear to us that our mission is far from complete. In many parts of the world, including Korea, stigmas and preconceived notions still hinder the full inclusion of students with diverse learning needs. Today, Group 5 will take us on a journey to explore how embracing neurodiversity can lead to a brighter future of the classroom. This discussion is not just about reform, it's about a commitment to redefining the purpose and promises of education.
Distingués collègues, éminents professionnels,
Distinguished colleagues, eminent professionals of education, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us today. First, let me introduce our topic. My team and I have had a long discussion. Imagine for a moment being confronted with a text similar to this every single day. Please take a moment to absorb what you see, or rather what you are struggling to decipher. What you have just experienced is just a glimpse into the daily lives of millions of students around the world who live with dyslexia. That moment of confusion, that instant where the student tries to decipher what should be understood. This feeling constantly accompanies these students in the classroom. Please take a moment to think. Every textbook, every worksheet, every written instruction presents the same challenge. And yet, these students have the same intellectual abilities as their peers. The only difference, their brains process written information differently. Today, as we work to build a new social contract for education, inclusion and accessibility are not an option, they are imperative. By designing a learning environment that is adapted for neurodivergent students and dyslexic students, we create better learning spaces for everyone. And this aligns with our collective responsibility to build a peaceful, just, and sustainable future through education. Let me share with you a truth that seems self-evident to me. These students do not need to be fixed. Rather, it is our teaching approaches that need to be transformed. We need pedagogies based on solidarity and understanding that recognize diverse ways of thinking, learning, and understanding. What we need is new school programs, curricula that are adapted and that are accessible through different forms of engagement. Furthermore, we need new forms of assessment methods that can celebrate diverse forms of intelligence. That is why. So, wow, that wow. So, this clarity that you felt when reading the second slide symbolizes the potential that will open up if we take action. By removing these unnecessary barriers, all students can exercise their fundamental right to a quality education, which is a right that is essential for the progress of society. That is why we, the youth, believe that a forum on the futures of education is the ideal place to address the topic of dyslexia. Indeed, neurodiversity concerns everyone directly or indirectly, and it is also my personal story, in addition to another member of our team who helped us prepare this presentation. I did most of my education in France. When I was younger, I had an immense passion for school. I wanted to know everything about every subject, and I was one of the first in my class to be able to read and write. But then I went to middle school, a pivotal moment for all preteens. And that is when I started to experience some difficulties that I could not yet fully understand. During tests, my classmates always seemed to be ahead, while I was always struggling to finish on time. No matter how well I studied for a test, my only wish was to stop the time. I ignored the problem then, because in middle school, the only thing you want to do is to appear as normal as possible. While trying to keep up with the school schedule like everyone else, I developed a bad habit. My handwriting became almost illegible, although now I often joke that I write like a doctor. And at the time, I felt ashamed of myself for not having the best of both worlds. Fortunately, my story has a happy ending. I was lucky enough to be surrounded by teachers who were informed about neurodiversity. They advised my parents to see a speech therapist, and the school accommodated small but crucial changes to help me, such as preparing a separate room for exams and extra time to take tests without too much stress. It was during my high school years that I finally understood the source of my difficulties.
The explanation was dyslexia. At first, I was shocked. How could I be dyslexic? I've always demonstrated academic intelligence. But the fact is that dyslexia and neurodiversity in general have nothing to do with intelligence. This is a mixed conception that needs to be abolished for the sake of the future of education. Therefore, to ensure that dyslexic students can thrive in a supportive and inclusive learning environment, it is crucial to raise awareness among peers, teachers, and parents. With this in mind, I would like to propose the following initiatives in a school setting as a model for an inclusive classroom, gamification, and educational events. First, the inclusive classroom model. And this will align with the current trend, which is linked to artificial intelligence. Thanks to artificial intelligence, we can create personalized programs for every neurodivergent student. In order to support students with dyslexia and to promise them that they can have confidence, then they can be confident in themselves, we can maybe create a reading hut, secluded reading hut for students to practice reading without feeling shame, or writing plays, or using puppets to express themselves. Or we have also thought about using art to help visualize letters and to learn the alphabet, and this is considered to be an effective method. Physical activities such as word gymnastics can also improve phonetic awareness. We also thought about assistive technology that can make reading easier. Finally, we thought about organizing open discussions between students with dyslexia and neurotypical students so that they would promote understanding and shared learning. Secondly, elements of gamification. Gamification can make dyslexia awareness more engaging and more impactful. We all remember how games brought our school experience to life. So by developing mini games like decoding dyslexia, we can give students first-hand experience of some of the barriers that our neurodivergent peers face. We thought about setting up these games in the form of interactive booths during school festivals. And finally, educational events can act as gateways to attract the attention of parents whose influence on their children is enormous. So this way, parents can influence their kids on the perception of neurodiversity. We thought about maybe essay or drawing competitions on the theme of inclusive classrooms. And maybe we can have dyslexia as a key sub-theme. So this can raise awareness among parents while also drawing their natural attention to their children's school activities.
Can you go a little faster?
So, what can we expect from these activities? First, this will let us and parents to interest themselves in dyslexia, and secondly, this will allow us to diagnosticate dyslexia, and this will allow students to develop themselves in a more efficient way. So, in conclusion, as we reflect on the journey that we have taken to understand dyslexia, it is clear that our mission is far from being over. Here in Korea, there are many stigmas and misconceptions, so the understanding of learning disabilities like dyslexia still lags behind other developed countries. But today, we are at a defining moment. Our inclusive classroom model is not just a school reform, but it is a statement. It is a promise that no student will be left behind. We understand that in some underdeveloped countries where resources are not sufficient, dyslexic students suffer more. Please imagine that the difficulties they are facing in these regions of the world. However, we think that this new model can be adapted and it can be delocalized in different cultures and different regions of the world. Also, we lay out the foundation for the future of education. An education that will promote diversity and that will nurture the potential of each and every student and create a really inclusive classroom. We believe that it will create a domino effect and every student can be appreciated for their values. We believe that the future belongs to those who see value in every difference. Therefore, I urge you to take this as an opportunity to empower these students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Group 5, and all my esteemed friends for sharing your inspiring visions with us today. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, obviously UNESCO is really keen to keep about. We will have to unfortunately skip the Q&A session. But at least we shared some. We can have some look at some great questions through the Padlet. So please refer to those Padlet sites if you want to share more arguments. And in case you have extra questions that you would like the presenters to address or respond to, please refer to individuals, groups, Google survey, the QR code link provided here. It will lead you and if you include your email address in this form, the students will be more than happy to give you a brief response directly via email. And make sure UNESCO, please, next time to secure at least 2 hours for a student session so that we have enough time for student session and Q&A as well.
As we come to the end of this youth session, let us take a moment to reflect on the powerful insights and bold visions we've heard today. 5 groups composed of students from different walks of life and cultures did not provide us with definitive answers or tailor-made prescriptions. Instead, they raised questions.
What should we do to overcome the hindsight of technocentrism embedded in the unchallenged and rapid integration of artificial intelligence in education?
How can we translate the innovation discourse into a development of systematic support for teachers and their empowerment?
How are the traditional concepts of student participation and activism transforming in a globalized era?
What can be done to reconfigure academic spaces like university classrooms to adhere to the principles of relational pedagogy?
Last but not least, how can we expand our understanding of educational integration into encompassing neurodiversity among students?
Before we close this session, we invite you, the experts in education and powerful decision makers, to help us transform the question marks we raised today into powerful exclamation marks.
Whether we give our best to answer these questions would determine which path among different futures of education we'll take in the next decade or two. Now, together, let's craft the answers that will shape the futures of education.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Did you enjoy our youth session? It seems it provided a unique and very meaningful opportunity to listen to the students' diverse presentations. Let's give them a big round of applause once again. Now we will have lunch break until 1:30 p.m. If you received a meal coupon at the registration desk, you may use it at the Galleria Department Store Basement 1 or at 9th floor, or at the Lotte Mall 3rd floor restaurant area. Please enjoy your meal at your preferred location and make sure to return to the venue by 1:30 p.m. For international participants, the lunchbox will be provided at the Convention Hall B, which is located right next door. We kindly ask you to proceed there now, and we hope you enjoy your lunch, and we'll reconvene at Convention Hall A for the plenary session at 1:30 p.m. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone had a pleasant lunch and is feeling refreshed for the remainder of today's program. We're now ready to begin the first plenary session of this afternoon. The session is titled Mobilizing Knowledge and Research for Just and Sustainable Futures. The moderator of this session is Fernando Reimers. He is the Ford Foundation Professor of the Practice of International Education and Director of the Global Education Innovation Initiative at the Harvard University Graduate School of Education. Dr. Reimers also served as a member of the International Commission for the Futures of Education. Let me welcome and invite Professor Reimers and speakers up to the scenario.
Well, welcome everyone. We're almost at the end of what I have found to be a very stimulating series of conversations about the future of education anchored in this report, Reimagining Our Futures Together. And today we're going to talk about what is the knowledge base that should inform the process of invention, of reimagining, of redesign of education. And so on the first plenary, when we began this forum, I outlined for you the basic framework of the report, the 3 sections in which it was structured. And the last section talked about the 4 catalytic actions that would help unleash that reimagining of pedagogy, of curriculum, of the teaching profession, the organization of schools, and the articulation of an education ecosystem. And those actions were, number 1, democratic dialogue, participatory dialogue. Number 2, more innovation and more knowledge to stimulate that innovation. And then the other 2 catalytic actions were greater engagement of the university with the rest of the education system and reimagining international cooperation. So today we're going to talk about that element of invention, new design, new knowledge, what knowledge, produce, how, and by whom, and so on. So the way we're going to structure our conversation this afternoon is in 2 sections. First, I'm going to hear from 3 experts on 3 questions on 3 different questions that speak to the topic of the panel. And then together, we're going to explore how we approach knowledge, research, and innovation in a way that reflects diverse ways of knowing, of living, and being for just and sustainable futures. Our International Commission put a lot of emphasis on research from within the education system, on research that also engage as creators of that knowledge, students and teachers and communities. And so we want to bring that aspect of the report into our discussions today. Now, a futures-oriented research agenda also has to look at how these challenges that are discussed in the first part of the report, the challenge of climate change, democratic backsliding, the challenges, the erosion in support for human rights, poverty and inequality, how those challenges intersect with education. And so we need research that allows for different perspectives on the implications of those future scenarios for education. And lastly, we need to continue to think about ways to find creative and effective ways to connect the generation of knowledge, research, with policy and with practice. And so how do we imagine a research agenda that is designed to help improve policy and practice? So to summarize, our 3 speakers today are going to reflect on what we mean by knowledge, how do we create that knowledge, what is the research that produces that, and how do we mobilize that research to help improve policy and practice. So let me welcome now our three speakers. I'm going to introduce them as I ask them their questions, so that you keep in mind their bios as they're answering. In the first, I'm sorry, our three speakers are beginning with the person to my left, Arathi Sripakasha. I'm going to introduce her briefly, then Ebrima Sal, and then Muriel Poisson. But I'm going to introduce them in a second. So in the first part of the panel, they will each take one question, and then I'm going to ask you what additional questions do you have for our speakers. And we're going to ask you, we hope that you have some devices, and we hope you're going to look at a code that we should be projecting right now on the screen, and you're going to see the instructions for how we're going to capture your questions. Basically, you're going to be able to nominate questions and then vote on the questions that have been nominated so that our speakers can address the questions of greater interest. So, can we see the PPT with instructions, please? Are we seeing it? Oh, I'm not seeing it. Oh, there you go. All right, good. Oh, and there's the QR code. Can you all see the QR code? Can you wave your hand if you if you see the platform? Great, so it's working. Fabulous. Okay, well, let's get going. Keep that platform open, because you're able to submit a question even as you hear the speakers address the question I'm going to pose for them, and then you can vote on those. So my first question is going to be for Arathi. Arathi Sripakasha is a professor of sociology and education at the University of Oxford, and she's currently the president of the British Association for International and Comparative Education. Her research explores racial justice in education, especially the idea of reparation and reparative redress in and through education. She's the lead author of the report Learning with the Past, Racism, Education, and Reparative Futures, which was one of the background reports written for UNESCO's Futures of Education Commission. So here's a question for you, Arathi. How can the idea of a new social contract for education inspire different ways of doing research and of mobilizing knowledge?
Thank you, Fernando. Thanks, everybody. The Futures of Education report recognizes that research can catalyze a new social contract for education. So I wanted to share with you a research approach, which I'm calling Reparative Futures of Education, which has really taken inspiration from the ideas set out in the report. So reparative futures of education. Well, a reparative framework is really centered around this idea that the past, present, and future are interconnected. For example, injustices from the past continue in different forms today. We can think about the legacies of colonialism, the structures of racism, and so on. And these injustices will continue into the future in different ways until or unless they are addressed and repaired. So a new social contract requires us to generate knowledge and understanding of how to grapple with past and present injustices in order to reconstruct and repair. So this is a research agenda that needs to be action-oriented. In this sense, a reparative framework is futures-oriented too, because it's trying to create something different. So this has a really important role for research and knowledge generation. It inspires research that is oriented towards redress and repair. Of course, these are all nice ideas to share in the abstract, but what might these look like in practice? What kind of methodologies might this involve? Very briefly, I want to share with you a program of research called Reparative Futures of Education. I won't be able to go into details, but there's a QR code on the slide that you can explore. It's a project that is seeking to explore and create forms of redress for the long histories of racial and class injustices in schooling and society in the specific context of Bristol in England. Now, I want to tell you a bit about the methodological features of this program. First is that it is steeped in partnerships with schools across the city. Secondly, it takes a deliberately and thoughtfully participatory approach, bringing together students, teachers, parents, and the wider community. It sees these participants as knowledge holders. And thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, the research itself is committed to creating dialogic forums. This means the research is not just about extractive data collection, but using the research process to build forums for new collective recognition of the past and present injustices in order to inspire dialogue of what we can do together to make a just future for education. Now, all of these methods are to support the core question of the project, which, as you see, is inspired by UNESCO's Futures of Education report, because the core question is, how should we reimagine schooling for social justice? Reimagine. It's a key word that I'll come back to. So just to say, we've all received a copy of the report, and I encourage you to have a look at the chapter on mobilizing knowledge and research. In it, I want to highlight, in the Reparative Futures of Education project, I want to highlight that we're trying to connect with the core principles, two core principles of the report. The first is the idea of strengthening complex ecologies of knowledges. And this is why we're committed to participatory work and seeing all stakeholders in education as knowledge holders. There's a principle of epistemic justice that sits behind this approach. And secondly, this commitment to transforming research partnerships. This is a principle that we've heard throughout the conference over the last 3 days of nothing about us without us. So I want to end with 2 points before we move on. So the first is that participation and dialogue are vital for creating a new social contract. And indeed, this must be a responsibility for social and academic research. To research not just on communities, or not to necessarily just to be extracting data from communities, but using the research methods itself to create the kinds of dialogues that we know are necessary to reimagine a social contract. And secondly, the second idea is that the future is not predetermined. Therefore, we need to mobilize knowledge and research in ways that do not foreclose alternative futures of education. That's precisely why working across diverse stakeholders and constituents is really important. In some ways, people have talked about this as a bottom-up approach rather than a top-down approach. In terms of research and knowledge mobilization, this means that we have to have a commitment to open and imaginative inquiry. So I'll stop there, and hopefully we can pick up some of these themes in the discussion.
Thank you very much, Arathi, for that clear and very provocative set of ideas of how to do research in a way that ends up animating a dialogue that transforms communities, that empowers communities to imagine a different future. I know that you probably have already posted some questions, which you can see on the screen of the device you're using, and know that you can vote on the questions. And what you will see is that as you vote on them, the questions that receive the greatest votes will go to the top. Those are the questions that, after we hear from the three speakers, we're going to focus our attention on. So feel free to start to vote. So let me now turn it over to Ebrima. And Ebrima Saul is the executive director of Trust Africa, which is a Pan-African foundation and think tank. Before taking that role, he was the executive secretary of the Council for the Development of Social Research in Africa, which is Africa's leading social science council. He's a member of the Scientific Advisory Committee of the UNESCO Management of Social Transformations program. So, Ebrima, considering the first part of the report talks about these larger trends that call for rethinking the purpose of education: climate change, democratic backsliding, persistent poverty and inequality, erosion of human rights, the uncertainties created by the rise of AI. Considering those trends, what kind of research needs to be strengthened or expanded to inform a future-oriented research agenda for education?
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. I think there's an abundance of research that already, exists out there. And the Futures report on futures does a very good job of going through the whole research and showing how complex it is, how uneven it is also, the challenges of, that the research is bringing out. It also shows that there are different ways of imagining the future itself. Okay, so I think the question that what we should bear in mind in trying to respond to this question is what kind of future are we aiming at building? And we know that that's also a whole area of investigation because people have different views of what that future is, different kinds of aspirations, depending on where they're sitting. Okay, and so. And in the whole process, we want the people to be part of that creation of the future, foregrounding human agency and strengthening human agency in the search for the future that we want to build and in the building of that future. So I asked myself, if you were to develop a program for the observatory that UNESCO wants to build, the Futures of Education Observatory, what would be the agenda? So in a sense, I think that's the kind of question we should be asking ourselves. And so in answering that question, I have 5 points or 6 points. I'll try to make them very quickly. The first one is to think about the mega trends that have been highlighted by the keynote speaker of the first day, Tracy Bones, and all the other speakers. They include demography, climate, urbanization, big tech, changing world of work, and so on. Now, there are points of consensus around each one of those mega trends, but there are also contestations. Not because people are doubting the existence, of course there are some denials until now, but it's because there are differences in terms of the impact that these trends are having in different parts of the world. And the responses also are not the same, and then the capacity to respond are not the same, and because of the power issues involved. So there's a whole area in which we need to pay attention, and there are regional variations. We take climate change, for example, the way, who has contributed most for it, how it is impacting on different parts of the world, who has the capacity to respond, where are the resources coming from, a whole set of issues. And similarly, if you take the demographic problem that has been referred to as also in the presentations, the world is predominantly young, and it is becoming more and more comprised of younger people. And in that whole situation, we know that most of these young people are actually in Asia and Africa today. And in the next 30 or 40 years or so, most of those people will be in Africa. Now, what does that mean for education? What does that mean for the future of education? What kind of infrastructure requirements are there? So there's a whole set of investigations that need to be carried out by research on those issues as well. And how is education taking into account those facts, those big trends, and how is it responding to those trends? So the observatory would then have to monitor those trends and find ways of responding to them. The second issue I want to highlight is the other of inequality, which is central in many of these things we are talking about. We live in an unequal world, and the inequalities are everywhere. In terms of the way the problems are playing out, the inequalities also exist in the responses and on the impact of the problems. Most recent illustration of this is the COVID pandemic, which impacted on everybody, the rich and the poor in all regions of the world. But we also saw how, in trying to address the problem of the pandemic, some old reflexes came back, the tendency to prioritize one's own issues, one's own country's interests, and what has been called vaccine nationalism and so on came up. So we do have things that we have to pay attention to very carefully. More important is the inequalities can be reproduced in responses we are trying to find to the problems of the world, including problems of climate. The green solutions, have an impact in some instances that are devastating on the economies of some countries. So we might be reproducing dependence or creating new dependencies and creating new kinds of inequalities. And that has also a great importance for education, and the observatory should pay attention to that. The third thing I want to say is, now, talking about knowledge itself, and the point has been made already, there are inequalities in the knowledge production world itself, which, for a time, we were talking about a global epistemological order, which is unequal, favoring the North more than the South. and it tends to mirror the global inequalities that exist there, and actually participates in what reproduces those global inequalities. And that we have to bear in mind. Because in the South in particular, and in the global South, which is not only located in the South geographically, it's it's a political concept that sort of speaks to all the subaltern groups wherever they are in the North and in the South. Inequalities are there, and the way they perceive the problems, the way they understand them is completely different, and that has to be taken into account when we interrogate. Many of the councils of the South, CLACSO in Latin America, Latin American Council of Sciences, or CODESRIA, where I worked before, or the Subaltern Studies Group in Asia, particularly in India, spent a lot of time questioning what was called the colonial library, the way in which the scientists we are working with actually carry a lot of baggage with them. And I think this is also reflected in the way even the educational institutions are structured and the way they're shaped, the way they're functioning, the way the rankings that are there. The tendency to have most of the highly ranked institutions and journals located in some parts of the world and not everywhere. And so there are a number of issues here which you need to take into account. There are problems with the way in which the intellectual communities also work, and communities themselves which are divided, including in the South, where we have for a long time lived in what has been called a fragmentation. On one hand, we have the Europhone intellectuals and Europhone knowledges, right? I'm citing Appiah, Usman Khan, and others. And then there are non-Europhone ones who are working with indigenous knowledges, speaking languages that are not the dominant languages. The knowledges they produce tend to be marginalized. Now, all those things we should be taken care of when we are trying to create a future that is good for everyone. The fourth point is the problem of the divides between the knowledge communities themselves, the ecologies of knowledge that are important. It is now recognized that there is great value in adopting an ecosystemic approach to knowledge production itself and to research, and that there is a need to divide the bridges. To bridge the divides that exist in the knowledge and in the educational systems as well. And UNESCO published a good report in 2010, the World Social Science Report, UNESCO and the International Social Science Council, which is still good to read and go back to. I want to go to the point about justice that has been raised that Arati spoke to. I think it is maybe the one concept that runs across many of the issues that we are speaking about here. Whether you're looking at it from the point of view of communities or from gender or from the point of view of communities that are discriminated on the basis of work and descent, the issue of justice is very central. It's very, very important. It's about epistemic justice. It's about gender justice. It's about climate justice, economic justice, social justice. It's one concept which I think should be central in the research that we need to be encouraging and we need to be promoting going forward. The final or second to last point I want to speak to is what is happening within the institutions themselves. The schools and the universities can be extremely harsh environments for the people who are working in them or for the people who are studying there or doing research there. Academic freedom, problems of sexual harassment, marginalization of all kinds. And you can't possibly do good research or be productive in an environment that is not conducive. So I think we should take a hard look at the environments where we work, because some of the problems come from us, older scholars tending to be not so kind to the younger ones, male scholars not being so kind to the female ones, and so on and so forth. So there is something to do. Upholding academic freedom should be part of the ethics and the things that we should be promoting. The final point I want to make is to do with, we're talking about sustainable futures. The issue of sustainability itself needs to be interrogated. 2 years ago, my organization started a program called Reclaim Sustainability, because it is understood that if you take, for example, agricultural value chains, you take the production of cocoa from Côte d'Ivoire to the chocolate that is being sold in the supermarkets of Europe, for example. And now, the differences in terms of who gets what are enormous. The conditions under which people work on the plantations of cocoa are horrible. Children, women, slave-like conditions. So there's a whole set of work, a process that are there. And the argument we are making under that program, the assumption is that for sustainability to be meaningful, whether you're talking about the environment or the sustainability even of the economies and so on, you need to have those who are involved in producing the wealth and the value having a say in how the value is estimated, it is shared, is distributed, the pricing, and so on. So the people, in other words, if you go out of that setup and you look at even farmers more generally or workers, talking about a new wall of work, those who are on the front line, those who are the producers, should be part of the decision-making processes. And that is extremely important because it gives a completely different result and a completely different new world. I want to end by saying that what we need actually to address all these issues is, you know, a few months ago, the global community came together in New York and adopted a pact for the future. Okay? It's interesting that there has been very little reference to that pact since the beginning of this conference and the forum, and I don't know why. But if it is a continuation of this conversation for a long time that has been going on over all these years, and now it's understood that we need to do more than adopting sustainable development goals or something like that. We need a pact where everybody should come together and actually begin understanding that we are together. You know, in all of my big brother here is the Minister Cham. There's a Senegalese philosopher who has written a poem during the time of COVID titled The Song of the Masks. The Song of the Masks. It's a very short paper. And he was citing the reaction of the governor of New York then, who was actually amazed when he was told that masks are not meant to protect those who are wearing them, but those you are interacting with. So he thought that was beautiful. And Bashir from there wrote this paper and said, look, you know, this is what humanity is about. In Wolof, the saying is, the solutions to the problems of human beings are in the hands of other human beings. Okay? And that's what the Southern Africans call Ubuntu. I am because we are together. Okay? And a variant of that saying is that the solutions to the problems of the human being are in nite moegaramam. It's in being a superior form of human being. And it's not being human in terms of some kind of anthropocentrism, but it is humanism that is grounded in an understanding of the interdependence that you have, not only with the humans, but with all the inhabitants of the planet. Okay? And that goes back far in the history of Africa. Article 1 of the Mande Charter, which was adopted in present-day Malawi in 1212, before the Magna Carta, has as Article 1 of it, every life is a life. You can find that article in various versions of it on the internet. Every life is a life. And it talks about relations between people and the planet and animals and strangers and so on. So it's very, very important that we reconnect with that past, the good of the past, we repair the injustices that were there, but at the same time, we can take that as a point of departure for imagining a future that will build upon that and take us into new and superior forms of being. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ibrahima, for helping us think about what a future-oriented research agenda would look like, taking into account regional variations, the changing knowledge economies, this idea of emancipatory imaginations, reclaiming sustainability, and then the topic of tracking inequalities. So let me now turn to Muriel Poisson. Muriel is the team leader for UNESCO International Institute for Educational Planning, which I imagine many of you know as the crown jewel of UNESCO. It is an institution that I think took on the task of building a new profession, the profession of educational planning, and that really created an epistemic community of people who share a set of goals of what planning and policy analyses were going to be, especially in the Global South. But since its inception for IIP planning had to be connected to a research base, to a knowledge base. And I remember Thorsten Hussein and Neville Postlewhite, who played a key role in the early years of the Institute. They had big hopes for how research-based knowledge was going to inform planning, but they were also disappointed that so much research was not used by governments. And so this question of research used by policymakers is one that has been with us for a long time, and it's a question that Muriel thinks about and acts upon in her role. She is the team leader of IIP's team on knowledge generation and mobilization, and she coordinates the research, communication, publication, and library functions of the Institute. She's also managing IIP's new research using digital tools to renew planning and management techniques, which is part of her work on transparency in education. So, Muriel, what are some of the ways to strengthen and harness the reflexive capacity of governments to use knowledge and research for policymaking and for planning?
Thanks a lot, Fernando. Good afternoon to all of you. So that's a difficult topic, the one of the use of data, evidence, and research by decision makers, educational planners, and managers. I'm sure that in the room there are many people that are convinced about the importance of it, the way it can help improve the informed dialogues, the way it can help improve transparency and accountability within the education systems. But at the same time, we know that the connection between the two is not that obvious. So to try to structure a little bit our reflections and discussion on that, I wanted to start by sharing with you those 4 main basic principles that you can see on the screen. The first one is the principle of bottom-up research, and I will come back to that, but with the idea that this first principle can be key to help address one of the main criticisms that is made sometimes towards research, is that it doesn't necessarily reflect grassroots realities, nor the most pressing issues that local education actors face, and then at the end of the day is not that useful for informing the decision-making process. So that's the first one. The second principle that I wanted to share with you is that of ownership. Ownership of the research, ownership of data, ownership of evidence by education authorities. Here again, this principle, to try to address one of the criticisms that is often made to research, is that the research that is available is not that is required to inform decision-making at one specific point in time. And again, I will get back to this one. The third principle that I wanted to share with you is that of capacity building. Again, to address one of the criticisms that sometimes is made towards research, is that the research that is produced is not immediately understandable nor usable by policymakers, planners, and managers. And the last principle that I wanted to share with you is that of education governance, because when we are talking about the use of data and evidence to inform policy and planning, obviously this is not coming as part of a vacuum. You need to contextualize what you are talking about. In many contexts, decisions are made based on political considerations only. They are not based sometimes at all on research findings in any ways. And so this overall concept of education governance to take into account is something I think that we should keep in mind. So I'm going to go back very briefly to each of those basic principles, trying to share with you how at IP, indeed, this UNESCO International Institute for Educational Planning, we are trying to address them at least partially. So the first one, talking about bottom-up research, well, this echoes what it is framed if you get back to the report of the commissions and the specific chapter that is related to research, and that talks about the importance of inclusive stakeholder engagement in research to ensure context-specific practitioner knowledge is mobilized, that very specific issues related, for instance, to gender or to equity are not overlooked, and that altogether diverse perspectives are duly taken into account. When we bring this back to the field of policy making, educational planning and management, it can mean, for instance, to make sure that civil society organizations are duly involved in the process of policy and planning cycle, from sectoral diagnosis to the formulations of education sector plans to the monitoring and evaluations of the education sector, and are put in the capacity to share the research that they produce themselves on a diversity of dimensions. So in our case, during the past 2 years at IP, we have been actively working with civil society organizations through the Education Outload Network that maybe some of you knows, that has been supported by the GPE. And we have offered, for instance, an online course on the basics of planning to those civil society organizations, and try also to learn to all what they have to bring into the policy and planning cycle, including from a research perspective. And then I can mention to you, for instance, that we found very interesting pieces of research that do, in fact, have an influence on the policy and planning cycles in a number of countries. I can just mention a few. There were the examples, for instance, of the Somaliland Network of Education for All, that is a coalition of NGOs that has produced very interesting research on education budget analysis to identify gaps in funding to rural schools, for instance. In the case of Cabo Verde, there were other civil society organizations producing very interesting research on household cost and community cost that are often neglected when we're talking about education financing within the education sector, and that help feed the discussions as part of the formulations of the ESPs. And I can mention many other examples of research in Vietnam related to educations of minority ethnic groups, research by the Papua New Guinea Education and Advocacy Network on people with disabilities and their access to schooling. Very interesting research from the education coalitions of Zimbabwe on learner welfare, paying attention to issues such as teenage pregnancy, child marriage, abuse, violence, mental health, and so on, that really help feed into the sectoral diagnosis and into the formulations of the education sector plans. Of course, it takes time. If you go through this type of process that is bottom-up, you need to have participatory structures. Sometimes you need to pause in the research agenda and the policy formulation agenda. It takes time. It can be costly. This needs to be taken into account. But clearly, that's a very important way to get much closer to what is happening at the points of service delivery of the school level and the teaching learning process. Now turning to the second principle, which is that of ownership. Well, that's a difficult one, and I'm sure that within the room there may be very different views at it. Building research capacities within the education administrative structure, during the few past years, I think there has been an interesting trend of creating innovation labs, research evidence labs, evidence-embedded labs in a number of ministries of education to try to promote a little bit more the research agenda within ministries and within institutional structures, with the idea that this can be a way to produce the data that is needed by those authorities, to facilitate evidence uptakes, to make the connections with policy, having a clear concern for translating this evidence in a way that can be usable by education authorities. And this is something that we can observe in a number of countries, including, for instance, Peru or the Philippines. Obviously, this cannot be the only source of research and of knowledge. It can also question the autonomy and the independence of the research that is produced this way. At the same time, we believe, again, from the IP side, that it's interesting to see how much these kind of evolutions in terms of ownership of the research in a way can help foster a number of innovations within ministries, and we should have some kind of research and policy review next year to see how we can influence it, especially the work of educational planners. Now, turning to the third principle, which is that of capacity building. We know that there is a clear gap between the availability of data and evidence and its use in policy formulations. Part of it can be lack of capacities from education authorities at all levels of the system, central levels, local level, the middle tier, and down to the school level. More broadly speaking, and beyond capacities, it can be connected also with a number of other factors to be taken into account related to institutional, organizational structures, motivation of staff, learning culture that exists within the public administration. And so one thing that we're also trying to do at IP is to document that. And so we have joined hands with the colleagues from the OECD as part of the FA1 initiative that maybe some of you knows, that is part of the education cooperations mechanisms for SDG 4, to develop some kind of methodology to assess the institutional capacities of education authorities to make use of data and evidence. And so this is something that has been piloted by the colleagues from the OECD in Latvia, that IP is currently piloting at the middle tier in Pakistan, and to learn from this experience, well, to build then the capacities of those authorities at different levels of the system. And then I'm going to finish with the last principle of education governance. Well, bringing it back to my introductions and mentioning that, well, of course, all of this, we don't want all of this to be, well, good speeches related to bottom-up, ownership, capacity buildings, but to be in the real world. Well, there are a number of elements from the environment that we need to take into account, such as the resistance to use data and evidence, the fact that in most countries the government process still are framed as very technical, data-oriented, top-down process, that obviously there are political and vested interests from all stakeholders, not only government, but also from the civil society side, that we're operating in restricted civic space and even restricting civic space in quite a number of contexts. And well, those are clearly factors that we should not forget. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Muriel, for sharing with us how IIP uses this four-pillar strategy to help close the gap between research and policy, this what you call bottoms-up, the notion of ownership, the issue of building capacity, and the issue of governance. So I think the three of you, Arathi, Abrima, and Muriel, have given us fairly complementary perspectives. I hear, for example, a common theme is engage with the very communities of people affected by policy and by practice in formulating what are the questions of interest with an aim at addressing what you call these reparative function, examine these inequalities, these injustices with the goals of helping to repair them, do it with the communities, and so on. So now we're going to take 15 minutes to look at your questions, which I hope are being projected on the screen right now. Can we see the questions? That's one issue that we didn't think about. How was the panel going to be able to read the questions? But I'm hoping that they're being projected here. Yes, they are. And so I'm going to have to stand up so I can read them. And I can see that at the top is a question that is the most popular, 23 votes. So connecting these aspirations might seem overwhelming for schools or systems. From your perspective, what are the top low-cost entry points for visible action? I'm going to read 3 questions and then ask you to maybe pick one, okay? Because they're related. The second one is, what can we do to improve the connection between research and policy? And third question is, how can we address the varying visions of the future of education while countries like the Republic of Korea focus on AI, developing nations are still working on providing quality. So let's turn this over to you. First question is, what's low-hanging fruit? What's the low-cost entry point to do some of what you've been describing? How can we strengthen that connection between research and policy? And how do we address varying visions of the futures in education? And then whoever is controlling these, you can now click on these questions so we can see the next 3. Thank you. Yep, please, Arathi.
Okay, thank you. I will try to respond to the first one about what some of the top so-called low-cost entry points are to visible action. And 2 that come to mind immediately is the power of pedagogy. I think all teachers do have agency in classrooms. Despite sometimes very difficult working conditions, a good teacher really makes a difference, and we know that from the research. Whether this is low cost or not is debatable. Of course, teachers need resources, and time is a resource too. We see in many contexts that teachers' workloads are becoming very difficult. In fact, they're engaging in what you might call non-educational focused work with a lot of administrative burden and so on. But I do want to hold on to the importance of teachers' work, and that this idea of quality pedagogy must be at the heart of that. And the second aspect, I think, is, and it follows really the focus on dialogue, is schools can do a lot to facilitate community engagement. And a big part of this, and I think a really important part, and I've seen this across the various contexts that I've conducted research in, from India, the UK, Australia, and so on, is that we really need to challenge the deficit framing of marginalized communities. Schools must understand that these communities are themselves resources that they can engage with and learn from. And so I think this doesn't actually, I don't think, this doesn't have a cost. It has a shift in mindset, but I think it's a very powerful one.
Thank you, Rathi. Would any of you want to pick one of the questions there? Yeah.
Yes, I think I'll take the last one and leave the policy one to... I mean, I think how do you deal with situations like what we saw? I was in the group that visited this very impressive school here in Suwon yesterday, where they had an AI lab for primary school. It's a primary school. AI lab, science lab, futuristic. It's almost like we are seeing what everybody would like to see years from now. And for a time, there was a feeling that it was as if people were, emphasizing so much technological part of it, that they forgot the human bit. But when we had a conversation with the teachers, they were very confident that AI will never replace them. The AI will never replace them. So I think where I come from, I don't know who I was talking to, it was you or Tracy, I think. And I was saying, look, we have in our African context, maybe 4 revolutions to make at the same time. Although the concept of industrial revolution itself is being subjected to conversations but let's use it for the convenience of it. There are still problems for access to electricity, access to the internet, serious infrastructure problems. So under conditions like those ones, one could be tempted to think that, well, AI is a luxury. But once we had at Kodesre, we organized a meeting once with the Carnegie Corporation, and the president of the corporation was present at the meeting. And it was on higher education. For many years in Africa, we have been told that Africa doesn't need higher education. What we need is basic education. And because higher education is an expensive luxury that involves only a few people. And what we needed of higher education, it was more cost effective to send the African students abroad to do it. So that went on for a long time. Fortunately, nobody listened. But the point that this president of Carnegie was making was that, look, when the United States were developing their program of land-grant universities, America was in a war, a civil war then. And they didn't say we are in a war situation, therefore we shouldn't invest in higher education. The point I want to make is we need AI, we need the technologies, we need everything. But we should not let the technologies drive what we are doing. It is in an engagement with the communities and everywhere for us to determine how you bring them in, under what conditions, what do you do so that you don't create new inequalities again. You don't reproduce inequalities and make them difficult. So it's up to every community and every country and every region to determine actually how you go about it. But I think we need it everywhere. We need the technologies, we need good infrastructure. Nobody wants to go and be lighting candles where you can have electricity or solar panels. Nobody in their right mind would do that. If they're still lighting candles, it's because they cannot afford it. And so I think it's important to do this, and that's my attitude to education. That's how I would address it. And I would end by saying that for the pact of the future to be meaningful, we have to have pacts of the future everywhere at every level that are negotiated on the conditions of the places where we are having the pact. so that we can have the contract, social contract, is not only a global abstract thing, it has to be translated concretely everywhere at every level of the societies. Yeah.
Thank you, Ibrahima. Muriel, maybe the question on closing the relationship between research and policy.
So yeah, maybe picking this one. Well, if you look at it from the international perspective and the role that an institution such as IP, for instance, can play in these domains, maybe we can have two answers to this one. 3 weeks ago, we organized at IP a big regional conference in Asia Pacific on the future of educational planning for Asia Pacific, and we had some discussions about the role of research in this one. Well, there were some discussions on different very important topics that should be given more attention in the domain, such as planning in small island states, talking about Pacific countries, about the impact of climate change, of planning, on the digitalization and the impacts for planning and so on. But at the same time, the participants told you there is already so much a wealth of research, a wealth of studies that exist, a wealth of data and evidence that maybe where you can play the most critical role is to create repositories that are easily accessible, including by decision makers, and trying to help with the translation of all of this existing work in a way that is communicatable, I don't know if you can say that in English, to decision makers and planners. So this is also one of the things that we would like to do from 2025, which is to develop an observatory related to educational planning and management, where this wealth of research that is of particular interest, especially for planners, can be easily used. Of course, that's not new. There are existing repositories, including in our institutions for years, but making the connections also with all of those discussions that we have had during those past 3 days on the role of digitalizations. Those new digital tools now allow us to facilitate the exploitations, the analysis, and the communications of some of the informations and results that exist within those different studies and research, using chatbots, using natural language processing and so on. And maybe that's a way to help, very partial, but making the connections between research and policy. Yeah.
Thank you, Muriel. I think we have time for another round of 3 questions. Let's see, beginning at the top. So what solutions can address online learning challenges during COVID-19? I'm trying to understand the connection between this and the question of the panel, which is the research agenda. So maybe we can put a spin on that, on how could we study, how could research help find solutions to address the learning challenges. The second question is, how can nations work with existing internationally schools, historically, colonially founded, to better serve a more migratory workforce with equity? Again, I imagine the question for this panel is, how could research help answer this question? What kind of research could help us answer this question? And the third one is, learning and using digital technology is limited due to differences in access and capacity. And then, I guess, how can research help us figure out how to overcome inequality? So I'm going to invite you each, maybe in no more than 2 minutes, address any of these questions that you want. Arathi, why don't we start with you?
Great, thank you. I'm going to make some connections to the question about international schools, just to say that, you know, we do talk about inequality and marginalized communities a lot in these forums, and rightly so. But of course, we have to understand the relationality of inequality, that the dispossession of some is linked to the accumulation of advantages to others. And so one of the principles of the reparative education approach is actually to work across all communities. So in our project, we're working in state schools, including in very deprived parts of the city, as well as very privileged private schools. And so I just wanted to make that point, that a new social contract requires that cross-cutting participation and dialogue. And so I think I just wanted to speak to that sort of principle that might help us understand what might be lying behind that question. And the last question on the slide is about how do we make social contracts considering all people, and is it possible to make this universal. And I think this really speaks to your point that we have to work out what this means in practice. And I think there can be, I think the social contract ought to be, and as indeed the report urges us to consider how this must be underpinned by the values of human rights, absolutely, and how this gets worked out within communities with specific histories of inequality and injustice must be worked out in dialogue, in participation. So this is the kind of research agenda that I was sharing that offers a very grounded approach.
Just to build upon what Arati just said, we now say and we accept willingly that there are knowledges, there are experiences, there are, people know skills that exist already. Often the research community will approach that and take them as objects of research. We study them, We don't engage them as legitimate partners in the search to understand how to work things out. I think it's the same principle we should adopt in terms of research, knowledge, indigenous knowledges that exist, the communities we work with. If the point of departure is to say, hey, look, we are bringing things to people, we are going to help, we are going to, that doesn't work. Usually, that has what has been actually keeping us where we are until now. We just have to recognize once that there is agency, there is knowledge, there is, there are experiences in everything, and then engage from that point of view. Now, maybe just one thing about COVID, the point about COVID and learning. You see, we say that COVID took everybody by surprise, but some were better prepared than others, okay? The infrastructure existed, the laboratories existed, they could manufacture vaccines over a short period of time or import them from somewhere. Elsewhere, it was more serious. When you have a rickety health system that is under-resourced, people are not prepared, the impact was potentially more devastating. And in responding to COVID, we saw it happen. It took a long time before you had something like COVAX, this program where countries put a lot of resources together to make vaccines and, first of all, PPEs, the protective equipment available, and then vaccines. But these were supplied. Even when they began assembling them in the South, everything would be manufactured somewhere, and then you just package them in the countries where they were supposed to be manufactured. Now, that is what should change. I think every country, every part of the world, we should aim at making sure that capacities are enhanced and infrastructure is there, and that health that was neglected. In Africa, the African Union adopted a principle, I think it was in 2010, to say that they would spend 10% of national budgets on health every year. 10 years later on, not even 5 countries were doing it. So that is the kind of thing we should change. I think people should prepare and be more anticipatory in the way we address these issues. And again, in that process, COVID has demonstrated that being selfish doesn't help, because you are not safe so long as everybody is not safe. It brings us back again to what we are saying about solidarity. And in this process, I think, and I learned on that point, collaborations are important for transformation. But we want transformative collaborations. We want transformative research collaborations. And I think that's what the Observatory, when it is set up, should encourage. Transformative research collaborations everywhere.
Maybe also to react very briefly also on the COVID and how research can help us maybe draw all the lessons that we need from this period that has been particularly severe, including in this region. I think there is a new generation of research that is currently being produced on the impact of COVID on the well-being, on social-emotional skills, on the mental health, not only of the pupils, but also of the teachers, that are very interesting. and that encourages, for instance, to look at new sets of data and try to see how this can be monitored within the systems, how this can be taken into account as part of the diagnosis also of the sector, how to better formulate a number of policies that also include and pay attention to these types of issues. And so certainly there is much more to be done in future years to be in a better positions to prepare to this type of disruptions.
Well, thank you very much, Arathi, Ebrima, and Muriel, for your thoughts on how it is that the generation of knowledge can animate a transformative agenda of education in terms of the questions that are pursued, in terms of the approaches that are used, these research community partnerships, research public partnerships, in terms of the ways in which the research is conducted. But I think the important thing that I take away is how important specialized to inform this agenda of invention, of reimagining of education. So please join me in giving our three panelists thank you. And with that, we turn it over to the next session, the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Reimers and speakers, for providing such an insightful session and guiding us through the profound discussions on mobilizing knowledge and research for just and sustainable futures. We now move on to our next plenary session titled Views from the International Commission on the Futures of Education. This session will provide us with valuable insights from the distinguished members of the International Commission who authored UNESCO report, Reimagining Our Futures Together, a New Social Contract for Education. As this forum commemorates the third anniversary of the report's publication, the report holds a special significance for everyone. It has been a cornerstone in shaping the discussions and themes of this gathering. We are truly honored to have this opportunity to hear directly from the International Commission members who contributed to this report. The moderator for this session is Dr. Tracy Burns, Chief Research Officer at the National Center on Education and the Economy in Washington, D.C. Previously, she served as Chief of Research for the Center for Educational Research and Innovation at the OECD. Dr. Burns was also a member of the UNESCO expert group supporting the International Commission on the Futures of Education. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Tracy Burns and the panelists to the stage for this important discussion.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this kind introduction. It's an honor to be here and to be back up on this wonderful, fabulous stage. I am really excited to be calling up the members of the Commission who are joining us. As you know, they were formed in 2019, and we're really putting the meat and thought into the book that we've been discussing, The Social Contract for Education, and in particular, combining their interventions and their wisdom with the over 1 million people who participated from around the globe to distill the work that is now known as Reimagining Our Futures Together, a New Social Contract for Education. So today, right now, for the next 30 minutes, we will have 6 members of the International Commission share their reflections with us, really a personal chance to hear what they're thinking about the directions that education has taken since the report was released, their own reactions to the forum, and also sort of what have they seen, how would they reflect on it, and what do they think. So please welcome, I'll call them up here and we can welcome them all together in no specific order. Do Yeon Kim, who is Professor Emeritus, College of Engineering, Seoul National University. Please, Dr. Kim, welcome. Actually, let's keep going. Thank you. Minister Thiam, high-level envoy and advisor, the Global Partnership for Education, and former Minister of Higher Education, Minister of National Education, and Minister for Water and Sanitation of Senegal. Welcome, Minister. Abdel Basset Ben Hassan, the President of the Arab Institute for Human Rights. Welcome. Karen Mondi, who is professor at the University of Toronto. Welcome, Karen. Elisa Guerra, who is the founder of the Valle de Philadelphia School Network in Mexico. We have welcomed her before. Welcome. And last but not least, a reoccurring friend on the stage, Fernando Reimers. Welcome, everyone. So, we have a short amount of time and a lot of thoughts on this panel. So it is a huge challenge, and what I'm going to do, and what the panel has kindly agreed to do, in fact, is share their thoughts in the way that they were formed also, and they worked as a commission in a collaborative, thoughtful way. And they will. What I'll do is share the 3 questions that they were given, and then I will call on them in 2 sets. One set is going to have a little bit more time for a bit of deeper reflection, and then a second set will be constrained in terms of the quickness of their responses, but I think all of them will be very rich, and it will be super interesting to hear. So just to frame this, we have the 3 questions are, what ideas from the report have you seen most strongly resonating, and where could more have been said? That's what's the message we're taking away? And then education has actually changed quite a bit, and what directions have surprised you in the last 3 years? Where do you think, what role can we take and think about in responding to other possible disruptions? And then the last question is, what do you see as the most pressing issues that various stakeholders in education, including UNESCO, should attend to? And so a big set of questions. I'm expecting a variety of different reflections, and of course feel free to just take one small piece of it because it's a short thing. I will start with you, Dr. Kim, please. Interested to hear your thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, my name is Kim, as introduced. And well, it was 3 years ago, as you may know, that UNESCO published the Futures of Education report. And I'm very pleased that the International Forum based on this report is held in Suwon right now. It's even more meaningful that we are celebrating the 70th anniversary of Korean UNESCO. As has been mentioned in many times, the support of UNESCO for Korean education has been so positive that we are all grateful for it. Well, the impressive point of this report is that for me, if I had to pick the 2 most common and meaningful words, they would be, the first one is collaboration, and the second one is together. Well, I believe that these 2 words have absolute value to make a better future and to make a better education. These 2 words reminds me that an African proverb, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. Right. We have to go together from now on. So during the last 20th century, for instance, it's been a very, very fast movement, very fast. Humanity has progressed really fast in the last 20 centuries, but it was an individual movement. And now we reached really our limit. And it's quite natural that this go together should be emphasized in the equation for future generation. For me, for preparation in this report, most difficult point is that it was hard to have a global point of view. In global wise, there are so many problems in education, and the difference between the countries are very great. So I think that was the most difficult point for me. And the new emerging thing in education during last 3 years, maybe the AI. AI technology becomes quite important, I believe. Well, I think teachers will not be replaced by AI. It's not possible at all, absolutely not possible. Teachers are the most important in education, but traditional teachers will be replaced by teachers with AI. Right, so we have to include, we have to think more about the AI in education. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate the personal reflections, and your proverb actually reminds me of another proverb, or a saying, which is about trust, because all of collaboration and working together requires trust. And the saying is, trust arrives on foot, but it leaves on horseback. So it takes time to build those relationships, and we have to always be careful to keep that trust strong. Turning next to you, Minister Tiam, please. We'd be interested in hearing your reflections on the same questions, or your reflections on the process, please.
Merci. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
La réflexion qu'on a sur
The reflection that we have on the question of a renewal of a social contract for education is a reflection on the futures of education. I was thinking that we are... Actually, this session is live streamed on the internet right now. And there is a teacher or a student somewhere in Senegal, and this person can follow the discussions of this forum right now. This is because the world is today interconnected, and we can note, we can acknowledge that there is an instantaneous characteristics to information, and information will go so fast. And it is important, and that means that we cannot reproduce the educational systems that are already existing. So, if we think about the SDGs, so in order to reach the SDGs, or to attain any other objectives set by the UN or else, we cannot be limited to the classic schemes of education. If we think about universal access to education, SDGs or MDGs, when we were preparing these objectives, we always emphasized the question of inequality. And Here, I think about this point, the report of the UNESCO on the futures of education and this forum is so important because it pushes us to think about the education and the futures of education after 2030. So we have to think beyond universal access to education and the quality of education, and we really have to think about how can we transform education so that we can reach objectives that are not just set by the UN, such as SDGs or MDGs. So this forum is extremely important, and it is important to think beyond 2030.
Merci, le ministre. Les pensées très importantes.
Thank you very much for your observation. Yes, and also the challenges that lie ahead.
Turn to you for your thoughts, please.
Thank you, Tracy. The first question really is about what makes us happy about this report. And I think the most impressive thing, and actually a bit of a surprise to me, is that the report itself has been used so widely. Colleagues at UNESCO tell me that it was the most used and downloaded report in their library for 3 years running. So this is really some decisions this commission made, which were very wise, I think, which was that we'd put schooling, teachers, and the values needed to make them transform at the center, that this would not be a blueprint, but it would be an invitation for a dialogue about these values and this transformative future. So I think that was great. What was missing? I think what has surprised me a lot in our world, I felt that when we started this enterprise, perhaps my impression was that trust in government was rather on the rise. But actually today, I think trust in government is rather on a decline. We're very good in this report at calling for collective action, at calling for bottom-up action. But I think perhaps we could have spent a little more time analyzing and describing some of the failures of government that have to be overcome for schools to be able to transform. And I think we do a little bit of that. We talk about the need for administrators and school leaders to listen. We talk about institutions that are learning institutions themselves, so it is not only about the kids learning, but it is about our institutions learning, adapting. And finally, it's about our institutions being able to implement, being able to deliver. And I think that's where a lot of frustration comes in our world today, because people feel that governments are not able to respond to the everyday needs. So I want to just say one thing. I really do feel that this report is a call to action. I think what I would like to see if this enterprise were to continue is an observatory of the kind that I believe UNESCO hopes to set up, but an observatory that really emphasizes not only strengthening transformative capacity at the level of school and community, but transformative capacity within government itself.
Thank you. And I like how you started with the positive, which was impact, and you ended with the challenge, which was sort of delivery and action. And that's the full circle that you just probably totally, obviously totally intentionally. I'm just coming behind you a little slower. Wonderful. Okay, so now we've got a series of challenges that have been put on the table, and I find really refreshing these personal reflections about what went well, but also what could have been done more or what was missing. And so I'd like to turn now to a second set of reflections, and I'm going to start with you, Abdel, to think about, from your perspective, what was missing, and what would you say, now that we're relancing ourselves on this conversation, what would you recommend we continue to focus on, please?
I think that the spirit that animated the redaction of this document underlined the renovation with humanization. And I think, listening to this, it made me think of a session that I liked a lot. It is a session that was animated by the youth, and it was very interesting. And through this session, I think that you could hold the idea of humanization at the heart of what was important. And actually, theoretical teaching is an important approach. But actually, what you have to do is to take a human-oriented approach. And this has to influence and animate different reflections and practices on the question of social contract on education, because a human rights-centered approach will give us a lot of different ideas on the questions regarding how we can reform politics and how politics will have to integrate to humans and human rights in the center of all the different processes of the society's humanization. And this has to go through education. And also, the second thing is governance and human rights. And these are some of the most essential elements and values that has to be implemented. So how do we do this? What we have to put human rights as something that is common for all different layers of the world, all societies and the whole world. So you have to find this common point, which is indeed human rights. And taking a human rights-centered approach about the social contract on education has a great importance, because it will bring education some freedom to think, freedom to critic, freedom to do academic studies, and the freedom to forget, and also the freedom to express oneself. So this human rights-centered approach is really central, and at the same time, it is a tool, it is a working tool. So it is not just a theory, but it is a working tool. I heard a lot talk about how we can do this, how we can navigate this process of a social contract and renewal of contract. And I think this social contract renewal process can benefit from this human rights-centered approach. And through this, we can think about diversity and differences and multitude.
Merci.
Thank you very much. I think what is important is what we should do, but also how we should do this. It is very important.
Because I also think you have something to say about not only what we should do, but how we should do it, no?
Thank you, Tracy. A new social contract for education. The whats are here, the whys are here, but the how-tos, not. Well, maybe just a hint of them. And it is not because we in the Commission were lazy or crazy or greedy or secretive. Just as we contemplate a multitude of possible futures, there will also be a multiple routes and how-tos. Many of you maybe took an airplane to come here. Do you remember when airlines had these in-flight magazines, these printed in-flight magazines? I love to flip through the pages and get to the route, to the map of routes. Do you remember them? I love them. I thought that they looked like an exploding star with one or several epicenters and so many lines departing and crossing each other. What routes can we envision for the futures of education? And going forward from the report, do you think that we can also reimagine the routes to implementation together? I think we can, because I saw an exploding star in Suwon. We came, we shared this epicenter, oh my God, the things we saw, the ideas we shared. I think that I saw a star exploding in Suwon, and maybe you saw it too, because for a few days, we just took a wide look about what possibilities there are for the futures of education. And for that, I thank you.
Beautiful. Exploding star. I love that metaphor. And actually, the last time I was on a plane, I was looking for that map because I loved it too. And it wasn't there. And I remember being like, oh, love it. Fernando, we're going to come to you to take us home, please.
So the report has a phrase somewhere that says the future is already here. And I think many of the ideas contained in the report about what the futures of education could look like are already happening in communities and in schools around the world. We saw some of those ideas in action here in Suwon. I was very interested in this three-tier education model that engaged a teacher-led classroom revolution in learning the basic subjects with personalized education supported by AI, a second tier that provides students the opportunities to discover their passion and to pursue their interests, connecting school with a wide range of members of the community who have things to offer, and a third tier that provides more attention to the students who need more support. So that model, that three-component model, is an example of what the future of education could look like. As you look for those magazines that point the routes, those routes are there. They are, in some cases, being designed by governments. In others, they are being designed by subnational governments, by districts, by schools. And I think the challenge for UNESCO and others is to build an observatory that can help us both take stock of that innovation, of that enormous innovation dividend that I think is happening in the last few years, and feed that back into the process. This report began articulating a different way to think about the use of these reports, which was, this is a set of provocations. Now they're going to have to be co-constructed by local actors. But what we didn't say enough about in the report is, what is the mechanism to follow up all those co-constructions and to bring that knowledge back to continue to reinvigorate the process. And I think that is the task ahead, is to build that mechanism. I can imagine an AI-powered, I think they're called RAGs, in which all these innovations generated by communities form part of this corpus that continues to animate how humans design further innovation. So I think that that's what I see going forward. I do think, however, to go back to your first three questions, Tracy, what ideas resonate with the report, but what could we have done more? The idea that most resonates with me is volatility. The report begins with volatility, but boy, the world seems to have become even more volatile since 2019. One topic that I realized was a big gap in our thinking was addressing the risk of war and of violence. It just didn't seem to be in the horizon as we were living COVID. And it wasn't too long until it became so present in our lives. This innovation dividend is one of the things that has surprised me in the last few years, this notion that the future is here, I think greatly accelerated by finding creative, humane ways to use new technologies to support innovation. And I think one of the most pressing issues that we continue to face is how the rise of this new isolationism, which I think is part of the same set of ideas of bigoted nationalism and populism that devalues expertise, that devalues the role of international cooperation, is a big risk to continuous education progress in education and more generally in well-being. And it's not something that we addressed enough. I do think that these challenges that the report begins with of climate change, of fragile democracies, of human rights, of poverty, will only get worse if the international order that was built after World War II completely collapses because of the powerful forces that are intent in actually breaking it down. So I hope we'll be clever enough to make sure that the defenses of peace that were anchored in the Declaration of Human Rights and the institutions that were built to advance a world ruled by laws and ruled by peaceful ways for countries to solve their differences and ruled by human rights, including the right to education. I hope we'll be clever enough to sustain those institutions and not let them go, because I cannot imagine what a world without those safeguards would look like. Thank you.
Thank you. What a rich set of reflections. Thank you. I think we have both a moment of well-deserved congratulations for the excellent work that you have done with the comments from around the world and the hard work of the Secretariat, and also a challenge that has been launched for the next phase of the work. And what I've heard, if I can sort of sum up, I've heard sort of three tensions in a way that need to be navigated carefully as we move forward and keep pushing to find not only the what, but the how. The first, I think, is a really serious and thoughtful question around modernization versus transformation. Right? The call is for transformation, but we don't want to throw everything out. There are some things that work well and some things that we want to keep and hold and cherish in our system. And so balancing what we want to transform and what we want to hold close is one of the big topics of conversation, I think. The second one that I heard from this panel was a tension between the necessity of global solutions, of a global language, of a vision for this common public good, but the necessity also for localized, context-specific findings. And that balancing that tension and finding the line between it will also be a really interesting element to navigate for the next steps. And the third one is this tension between innovation, which is connected to transformation, but also risk avoidance. At its heart, education is about kids. Every single person wants to keep those kids safe. It is very natural for our systems to want to protect our kids. And so we fight always with this urge to protect, not want to make mistakes, with the desire to innovate and transform, knowing that innovation and transformation requires making mistakes. And so being able to talk about that and have a conversation about what do we mean by this and how do we protect and innovate at the same time in an interesting and useful way with structures and incentives is a fundamental element of the discussion going forward. So, Sobi, colleagues in the Secretariat, I think you just have a very small challenge put to you here by the Commission. We look forward to hearing about the next steps and are very anxious to continue to keep involved. Thank you all so much for your inputs. It's been a wonderful conversation.
Thank you, Dr. Tracy, Fernando Reimers, Elisa Guerra, Karen Mundy, Abdel Ben Hudson, Seren Bayathiam, and Doyan Kim for sharing your insightful, invaluable insights and perspective for us. We will now take around 25 minutes coffee break. So please take this time to enjoy refreshment and connect with other participants. The next session will begin at 3:30, so we kindly ask you to return to the venue a few minutes before then. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a refreshing coffee break. We are now moving into the final session of the forum titled Catalyzing a Global Movement to Renew the Social Contract for Education. This session will begin with a presentation from UNESCO outlining the next steps and introducing the broad framework of its forthcoming Observatory on the Futures of Education. Following this, speakers from diverse positions will respond to the critical question, what will it take to catalyze global social movements to renew education systems worldwide while navigating the disruptions on the horizon? The moderator for this session will be Elena Tukan from Future of Learning and Innovation UNESCO. And I would like to inform you of a change in speaker. Representing teacher leaders, Mike Thiruman will be stepping in for Karina in this session. Please join me in welcoming Elena and speakers to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're quickly approaching the conclusion of our very full, very deep and thoughtful 3 days together. I'm very happy to, before I begin to give some remarks about this session, I'm very happy to introduce the speakers that we will be hearing from today. First of all, Mr. Sobhi Tawil from the UNESCO Futures of Learning and Innovation. We've heard a lot from him. He's been guiding us over these 3 days, and we'll hear from him today. And then we have some respondents, Ms. Esther Gomani from the Africa Student Representative on the Executive Committee of UNESCO's SDG 4 Youth and Student Network. We have Mike Thiruman from the Singapore Teachers Union, Mr. Rifat Sabah, the President of Global Campaign for Education. We have Jose Mangione from the National Institute for Documentation, Innovation, and Educational Research in Italy, in Diri. And Mr. Rili Lapilanen, founder and CEO of Bridge 47. So at the 2022 United Nations Transforming Education Summit, the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Amina Mohammed, expressed a hope to see a global movement to transform education. We haven't seen that kind of a global movement in the sense that we would feel we would like to, as expressed in that hope, in the sense that how the world and its changes are demanding an urgency of response. We're not seeing the response to the degree that I think many of us would like to. And I think in part we're realizing that this kind of a global movement, a collective movement to transform education, to renew the social contract for education, isn't something that can just happen overnight or by itself. This isn't to say that action isn't happening, that urgent response, creative, imaginative response isn't happening, and we know that, in fact, quite a lot is happening that is close to the grassroots, that is seated in the work and efforts of teachers in classrooms everywhere, of students, of youth, of families, of communities all around the world, working responsibly and creatively to address the challenges in their own circumstances and creatively imagine afresh futures, shared futures that are sustainable, just, and equitable for all. But we also need platforms, mechanisms, shared languages, ideas, forums such as this, and many, many others that can help to harness and synthesize and harmonize and inspire based on learning from one another the experiences and further action and responses that we can all take And I think we all feel very much that we've gained a lot of inspiration from our time here and in the plenary sessions, the parallel sessions, and the many conversations in corridors and hallways, and maybe even late into the evening on our school visits. We've been quite inspired just by the fact of being together and learning from one another and sharing with each other. So this is the idea that I think we will be considering now, is this question of how can we find mechanisms and to mobilize and harness these many efforts in perhaps an even more collaborative and collective way. And building on this vision that has been evolving over the past few years, of course long before, but in particular since the release of the Futures of Education report, how can we, how can UNESCO in particular help to create some mechanisms and some processes that don't just end with a single event like this forum, but continue the conversation in ever more systematic and ever more collaborative ways going forward. So with this in mind, I am pleased to welcome Mr. Sobi Tawil to share with us a presentation about the establishment or a proposal for a UNESCO Global Observatory on the Futures of Education. He'll be describing some of its aims, its scope, purposes, and functions, and how this proposal could build on the ideas and vision that we have been exploring together over the 3 days of this forum and, of course, in many conversations around it. And then following this presentation, we will hear some responses. We'll have a discussion that will draw some and elicit some responses from our panelists today, representing some different vantage points that might have something to say, and also might think about how they can, what actions they can take within their networks of youth, of teachers, civil society, and others who we will hear from following this presentation. So please join me now in welcoming Mr. Sobi Tawil.
So, hello again. I'm just testing. There was a lot of echo. I'm not sure if distance will help. Just before, I will be proposing some ideas that we've been toying with a little bit, and the purpose of the session is to present them and to get some reactions and some input from the panelists. But perhaps before that, just to recall some of the ideas which I think are important. This is not at all from, trying to capture from the different sessions. But what we started with, or what I started with on Monday, was to say that the Futures of Education initiative is part of UNESCO mandate, this invitation to lift our heads up at times of rapid change, and to look at the bigger picture, to lift our heads up and to look at the bigger picture and to have a long view. And a long view that helps us to critically reconsider and reframe our actions in the present. So it's a long view looking back and considering the road we have traveled over the past few decades, what we've accomplished, but also where we have failed. And we've heard earlier about, learning from the past as well. So a long view looking back and a long view looking ahead. So where are we heading? What are these probable futures? What type of society we are aspiring to? What's the world we want? Which was the the title of the global agenda at the time. And then, as we have been saying, in taking that longer view, what do we keep and build on and strengthen, and what do we need to transform and reimagine? And as I said at our very early introduction, at UNESCO, we have invited to do this at different moments, late 60s, early 70s, again in the early 90s, and more recently, are moments in these past few years that have been framed by the UN Secretary General as a crossroads, and that we are faced with an existential choice of either continuing on an unsustainable path or radically changing course. And that this crossroads is also reflected by our being out of balance somehow, out of balance with each other, out of balance with nature, at least a fear of being out of balance with technology and the recent developments. And we did hear over the last few days just the very importance of reframing what it means to be human. And there's agreement, obviously, that education is the response to most of this, but that it cannot be the same education. And it cannot be the same education for two reasons. And I say this because most of the literature on the future of learning and the future of education is produced in more advanced, wealthier societies. It's produced in the global north. More than 80% of what we had reviewed when we initiated the futures of education. So that literature assumes that access to basic education is near universal, that you do have the foundations, that you can begin to look at a different type of education, more critical, looking to the future, because the world is changing. But in many countries, and we heard it earlier, we're still struggling with the challenges of the past. We still have, in many contexts, large shares of young people who are not in education, who are not in training, who are unemployed. We still have astronomical figures of youth and adults who are non-literate. And so it appears to be a different discussion. And in some contexts where there are still these challenges of access to basic education, discussions about the future seem to be a luxury. And I think the interest of what the International Commission proposed in saying renewing the social contract, it's one that can help to address these exclusions that we have inherited and continue to inherit from the past, and at the same time, a different type of education to take us on different trajectories to the future. So how can we do it? And it is quite challenging. How can we rethink education and our approaches? What can we build on, but what must change to address both as we look back at our unfulfilled promises, but also as we look to the future? And so, I'm not sure who said it, it was perhaps Fernando Reimers, but I mean, one could say that the future is now, or there is no, I mean, there's only the present. And the present is our perception of the future and where we want to go, and our present builds on our past. Our strengths, but also hopefully lessons learned from our past efforts. To add to that, and we mentioned it on Monday, that our moment is a little different in the sense that it is more complex, that there's heightened volatility, growing uncertainty, and so a need to become agile. And here is a tension between having a vision that derives from a long view and the capacity to be agile. Just before saying something about what we're proposing, just to go back to this moment, the Transforming Education Summit 2 years ago in New York, there was a lot of momentum, a lot of dynamic around that. It had 3 objectives. 3 objectives that I have lost. But the 3 objectives were of 3 different time frames. And I think it's important, at least this is what we have come to the conclusion at UNESCO. The first objective was, this was 2022, respond to the COVID disruption. So it was crisis response. Objective number 1 was immediate crisis response. There's no reimagine, there's no rethink. That's a luxury. It's immediate response to the disruption caused by COVID. So short term. The second objective was get SDG 4 back on track. So looking at the 2030 horizon, and there's no questioning about what we're doing, but simply we're not doing it hard enough or fast enough. So it's the language of accelerate. We need to accelerate efforts towards SDG 4 targets set for 2030. And the third objective of the Transforming Education Summit was actually about, that one was really about transform. Take a longer view and look at more fundamental issues and what might need to change. That third objective has kind of fallen off the map, at least in the international discourse, and we have simply changed the language. We have adopted the language of transform, but we're still adopting and pursuing the same paths, but requesting more political commitment, more financing, maybe more equitable financing, more technology, but we're still on the same path. We're not questioning more fundamentally. So our proposal going forward is that this forum is a first response to the call of the Commission. It reflects that third objective of the Transforming Education Summit that has kind of fallen off the radar. And it is important as we move forward that they are parallel tracks. We need this track as much as we need the track that is looking at the short and the medium term. So for the Global Observatory, we have suggested 4 pieces to that. If I can get to the pieces. Yeah, I seem to be stuck. In terms of, the overall aim is to help support this dynamic on the track of taking this longer view of a futures approach. And 4 pieces to that. First would be to actually mobilize foresight, capacity, and analysis to inform public debate on the futures of education. We started on Monday with Tracy Byrne's scenarios. Those were developed by the OECD, but there are many scenarios, and perhaps some more regionally or locally contextualized. But looking at them is analyzing and understanding what are the assumptions that we have about these futures and what type of education would take us to those futures. So I say that this is something that UNESCO can help to do, because we do have a global network of UNESCO chairs that are specialized in foresight, anticipation, future studies. Some refer to future as literacy. We heard on Monday, together with Tracy Kais Hamami from ISESCO, formerly a UNESCO chair in foresight. We have some 30, 40 chairs that could be mobilized. I mean, that capacity is there. It's an extended family. And to bring some of that forward-looking foresight thinking to our considerations about education, something that is very much missing. So that would be a first piece. The second would be to say, and this is the whole challenge that we've been hearing about, translating vision and grand ideas into practice. So starting with the report of the International Commission, there were a number of dimensions, there were a number of proposals and recommendations. Can we take that as a starting point? Obviously, it would need to be refined against contextual realities, but what would be the elements of a kind of futures-oriented education, or an education that espouses and translates the vision of the futures of education? So it could be at the level of governance, that we're really talking about a more democratic, inclusive, participative type of governance, probably at a more localized level from experiences we have heard. In terms of educational planning, and we do have a colleague here from our Institute of Educational Planning, and we had Muriel Poisson earlier in the session on research. Educational planning has not evolved very much in the last few decades. So do we have good examples of where education systems are attempting to integrate foresight, futures thinking, scenarios into the educational planning process, and to document these? Three around teachers and the recommendations of the reports, and they're not specified here, but on teaching as a collaborative profession, on curriculum, learning and assessment, on reimagining learning spaces, whether it's, and we've heard it over the last couple of days, I mean, beyond the public education beyond schools here in Suwon and Jeongi-do province, but also the learning cities and many interesting examples of connecting different learning spaces. And then finally on research, and we had the session that was just after lunch on a different type of research design, a different type of research questions, a more collaborative, perhaps community-based research, and a different use of that research. So this is a second piece of kind of collaborative work of developing, maybe more an analytical framework. I mean, what is it that we want to look for that characterizes this approach? And using such a framework, and that would be the third piece that I can't get to. Maybe I need, here we are. Would be to actually document some of these experiences based on that, and to be able to analyze, understand, share, learn from that, provide perhaps inspiration for other contexts. It's a little bit what we've tried to do also in the last 3 days in sessions, sharing of those experiences. And all of this to set a timeline would be to say, why don't we aim, this is only a proposal, for an international forum on the futures of education in 2026. The timing, and we heard ADG Stefano Giannini say that would be a good timing. We heard Minister Thiam say it, to begin looking at the post-2030. not in terms of agenda setting, but really looking beyond. We are sometimes confined with the SDGs. It initially was a visioning exercise, and from that vision we set goals and we set targets and then monitoring frameworks. But the world is also moving quickly, as we have seen, and it keeps us somewhere confined and prevents this longer view that we need. So 2026, an International Forum on the Futures of Education. It'll be hard to compete with this one and our hosts and how much energy and excellent, dedicated, work that has gone into this at all levels. We'll come to that in the thanking and the closing. I mean, from the school visits to just the quality of all the inputs and the organization. But 2026, where we could build on what this observatory, the dynamic it creates, but also the cases that would be documented and analyzed, the thinking around the foresight, build a bit of a community of futures thinkers. And this is here an open invitation also to say, whoever may be interested, that we could look at a co-design. And I do think that a conference, an international forum, we typically at UNESCO, I'll end here, I mean, that's our mandate. Our primary partner and constituency are representatives of governments, so representatives of national education systems, but I think fully in the spirit of cooperation, collaboration, of together, of this more horizontal and democratic social contract, that we would want a strong participation in the design of such a conference of youth. We had such an excellent session this morning, of youth student organizations, of teachers, of civil society, of the research community. This is of other actors, foundations, and others. So this is our proposal, at least this is the thinking at the moment, and look forward to input and comments. I know I went over time. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Sophie. So we've heard some very exciting ideas and proposals, and I think one point just before we turn to our panelists is to think that really we've come here for an event, but it's really not just an event. And I think when we look back at the Transforming Education Forum, and we think about the objectives of that forum, when we look forward and think what's coming out of this, we really see that this is a process that has these inflection points, but really is ongoing, it's growing, it's inviting, and so this is an opportunity to share some thoughts and reflections and inputs to it from its various points. So I'm looking all the way down the row at Esther. Hello. Esther, given your experience as a student representative and a student leader, how are student organizations and initiatives of all kinds playing a proactive role in renewing the social contract for education now? So this is one thing that I know that you have a lot to share about, that you can, as the International Commission has said, the seeds of renewing a social contract are already present in the work of students, teachers, and schools around the world. So one aspect is sharing how they're already playing this role. But then, in reflecting on what we just heard this afternoon, how might their efforts contribute to the next International Forum on the Futures of Education in 2026?
Thank you very much, Elena, for giving me the opportunity to speak first. I know we have quite a diverse representation on this panel, teacher unions, government officials, so I'm very honored to speak here representing millions of students from Africa as well as across. 안녕하세요. Thank you. Education is an issue that is very close to my heart personally. And it is very important for us to always remember that when we're talking about education, as students, we are at the center of that education system. This is to say that whatever reforms that are happening in education, whatever pedagogies that are introduced in education, whatever policies are adopted, it is us as students that get to experience these changes firsthand. That is why it is very, very important to include us when we have conversations like this, and I'm very thankful to UNESCO for considering representing us here. For student organizations particularly, are quite diverse in their structures. We have what we call student unions, we have regional bodies. For instance, we have the Southern Africa Students Union, we have the All Africa Students Union, we have the Global Students Forum, and now I closely work with through the UNESCO SDG for Youth and Student Network. And all these, if you check, they offer a very critical opportunity for not only representing students, but they're a ground for developing leaders that are shaping the direction of education. They're also a platform for advocacy, for innovations, and for change. So as student organizations, as student leaders or networks, we're not just about representing students, but we also play a critical role in we're not just about amplifying the needs of students, but it is also about how we can shape education to evolve in a way that meets the challenges and the needs that students are have raised as concerns. So, talking about renewing the social contract for education, for us, it's for everybody rather, it is about a collective responsibility, right? And for student organizations, we have been playing a critical role over the years in championing educational initiatives that have been transforming education. Recently, I was in Nairobi in around September, where I was representing African students during the Eastern and Southern Africa sub-regional consultation meeting. So these are some of the areas that we get to represent and get to present the concerns, the perspectives of students. We have also been at the forefront of leading various movements, such as the Fees Must Fall campaign in South Africa, the Data Must Fall campaign in a number of sub-Saharan African countries, including Malawi, which I was part of the national team that was championing it under the banner of the All Africa Students Union, that is in 2022. We also have the Justice for Africa campaign by the 100 Million, ASU, but also the GSF. And there are many other campaigns which have been championed by students themselves. And all these are movements that have been quite impactful, advocating for affordability of internet, tuition fees, but also raising awareness of the rising student debt levels in Africa and the limited educational access, especially from those that are coming from marginalized backgrounds. Now, all this, I'm sharing all this just to give you an idea of the potential and the relevance of student organizations in challenging the status quo. Again, I think earlier today during the Reimagining Educational Leadership session, I shared much on collaboration, and I think that is an essential element that we need to address when we are talking about catalyzing a global movement to renew the social contract for education. And as student organizations, we have so much potential when it comes to fostering partnerships with different stakeholders, be it at a student level, at a school level, or a system level. Earlier today, I talked about how it is also very essential to bring on board business owners when it comes to collaborations, because those people make investments in education, and we need to brand education in a way that attracts more people to support education, to invest in education. And I feel like there is a gap and we're not doing enough on that. And secondly, it's about the leadership itself, the capacity of student organizations to develop leaders that are shaping the direction of education. I'll give examples. of myself, first of all. I was only 16, and that was in 2020 when I began student leadership, when I joined student leadership. I had little to no experience, and I've grown within the system, growing my advocacy skills. They have invested quite a lot in my leadership skills, offering me the opportunity to grow in the system and be able to advocate and be able to represent where I am right now. A good example as well would be a student leader from Namibia. Her name is Esther Simon. I think the president for the Global Campaign for Education would be familiar with her. Esther is someone that is a student leader from Namibia. She started as the first female president for the Namibia National Student Organization, and she has evolved into becoming a youth presidential advisor for the late president in Namibia. So it should also tell you about the potential of student organizations and developing leaders that will influence the decisions that are happening in the societies that we are in.
So
now,
maybe
for
we
the
can hear just a thought about how this great potential that you're mentioning, how could this also come into the forum for the futures of education in 2026?
Okay, thank you. I was getting to that. So I think for the presentation that Sobil has just made in terms of the Global Observatory, for us, we are very interested in taking part and parcel of the co-designing process in terms of the observatory's activities. We would be very pleased to be engaged, I think, mainly with the co-design itself, because we don't want to just be included in the conversation, because right now we're just talking, but we need to be able to be included as equal partners when it comes to the designing process. So we're very pleased and would be very glad to join that committee or observatory. And finally, you spoke about documenting, analyzing, and sharing case studies, in terms of context responsive educational practices. And for us as student organizations and as a student network, the UNESCO SDG4 Youth and Student Network, we are quite diverse. We do have students, we do have researchers, we do have educators, and I think we can help in identifying student-led innovations that are happening in Africa and also beyond in different countries, and we can help to identify those so that they can be featured in the observatory. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Esther. I think already we can see how much this kind of observatory will really benefit from these inputs of we're already seeing the potential to harness these seeds of transformation. And I love this point that you made too about it's not only about representing students as a group of students that are just as such, but also raising future leaders. And one of the way that they are, that young people become future leaders is by entering the teaching profession. And in a previous life, I worked a lot with teachers who were themselves youth, often in their teens, their 20s. So that's also youth in the teaching profession is an overlapping point of insight. And that actually brings us to our next respondent who's representing teachers. We have Mike Thierman. And in thinking about, in your leader of the Singapore Teachers Union, you're representing the Singapore Teachers Union. I'd like to ask you, what do you think the observatory could do to help better harness the voices, experiences, good practices, and policy insights of teachers, especially when taking into account the growing pressures that they face in an uncertain world? And similar to Esther, it's not only what the observatory could do to this, but also what could teachers around the world bring to the observatory in this vision? Thank you.
First, let me start off. Good afternoon. Let me try one more time. Good afternoon. Yes, I'm the substitute teacher, because I was not supposed to be on the panel, right? Things overtook us, and my colleague Karina from Australia had to leave, so I'm the substitute teacher. But I have something to say about whatever we are talking about. First and foremost, quick fixes do not work, right? And I understand the sense of urgency that education needs to be at the forefront and we are lagging far behind. But you know, we know quick fixes don't work, policy changes don't work, and you know who knows it best? The teachers. The teachers know this best because they have seen so many education ministers come and go, so many policies come and go, and what the teachers will tell you is, let them come and go, I'll do what I do. Right? Hence, we have this crunch where your people who are actually the implementers, the conduits of your education policies, don't quite believe in the policies and don't implement it. There's no fidelity of implementation because there's no trust in the policy, no belief in the policy, no engagement on the part of the teachers with the policymakers, no dialogue. It'll come and go. The teachers will continue doing whatever they are going to do. But we know things have changed. The world has changed quite a bit from when I was a student, when I was a teacher, and you go out. 2 weeks ago, I was in Shenzhen, China, at a Huawei factory. They have 54% of their staff focused on R&D. 54% focused on R&D. And I know for sure they don't believe in knee-jerk reactions either. They test it out until it works, and then they implement it. Right? I think so we must bear this in mind. Quick fixes don't work. Second, there must be fidelity of implementation. We have many good ideas, brilliant ideas. Right? But when it comes to implementation, we don't see it through. There's no follow-through in implementation. We try it for a while and it doesn't work and we throw it out. We try something else, it doesn't work, we throw it out. Right? But education is a long-term endeavor. It takes time. 15 years for basic education, more than that for lifelong education. So we need to think through our implementation and ensure there is fidelity of implementation. The third area I wanted to talk about is there must be top-down support and ground-up initiative. Right? And there are a lot of initiatives all over. How do we then mobilize this initiative? Right? And I think the Observatory could be a platform for this mobilization to happen. Let them germinate organically and pull them in. And that would be the best solutions, organic solutions from ground up. Right? And these ground up initiatives must have top-down support. And communities, stakeholders can provide that kind of support. UNESCO can provide that kind of support. Right? And finally, for teacher organizations, what we can do, we can mobilize our teachers to say we are part of this endeavor. We are at the table discussing these issues. And as long as we are at the table, we will have a say and our voices will be heard. And we must then endeavor to pull this through together with every other stakeholder. We know it cannot be done alone. COVID taught us. COVID was, and I understand it was pandemic, it was tough, but it taught us many good lessons. The challenge of COVID pulled us together. Right? And this is what we did in Singapore. One final example about Singapore. We brought in the technology partners. The Ministry of Education brought in the technology partners, the technology companies, private enterprises, and it brought in the teachers together to talk to the technology guys and say, okay, we need some support. First time ever when we talked about, we've spoken about technology integration in education for a long time. And we assume once we put the smart board, we have integrated technology. You know that's not true. We have always used the smart board as a blackboard, right? But COVID allowed us to have these conversations, this social dialogue with technology partners and the teachers and policymakers sitting together to come up with solutions. And then the teachers championed it, right? So I am hopeful that collectively, if we bring in all the stakeholders and listen through, wait it out, think through the policies carefully, pick one or two. We don't need 10 ideas to work. We need only one or two ideas to implement it with fidelity. Then we will move the needle forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I know that when I was in school, when the substitute teacher came, that was the day that we had the most fun. So thank you for being here. And of course, we also thank Karena, who had prepared for this conversation as well. So Mr. Sabah, Mr. Rafat Sabah, you are the president of the Global Campaign for Education, which is connected to over 1,000 civil society organizations. So drawing from this rich experience of this network, in what ways do you see the aspirations of a diverse range of civil society organizations connecting to the aims of the Global Observatory, and how can they be mobilized in connection to the objectives that we heard about today?
Thank you, Elena. Good evening for all. We are totally agreed with the idea of the observatory. Especially, you mentioned that it seeks for inclusive democratic participation. And this is where the GCE, the Global Campaign for Education, believe. And there is another things we like it in the description, catalyzing the movement toward a social contract. Mention the movement is very important to achieve the social contract. Why? GCE, we consider ourselves movement because we are building our work on hope, not on expectation. Because when you build your work in strong hope, if you fall down, you will stand up again. But if you build your work on expectation, if you fall down, you will not stand up. Mostly those who become depressed after failure because they build their work on expectation. And then when they did not meet their expectation, then they became depressed and a lot of people even leave. We are dealing with the movement from clear idea. We are following idea. All of the GCE members all over the world, we are more than 120, we are existing more than 120 countries. Thousands of organizations part of GCE, including all the NGOs that all of you know, including EI also is there. So it is one of the most powerful diversity movement. I think it's happened in the history, and I do believe it will not happen again. That's why I calling always to protect the idea of this movement. But also, beside the strong hope and the clear idea, all of us, we believe in the common good. This is very important. All of the people, we believe strongly in the humanity. And always, we are trying to clean internally any attitude outside of this. So always we fix the mechanism inside the movement. And this is very important when we are speaking about the social of the movement. GCE can amplify voices from the grassroots because we are, in our coalition in each country, they are working with the people on the ground. They are part of all the legs, what we call it local education groups. They are the coalition themselves. They have also linked with networks like women unions, teachers unions, unions for the people with disabilities. So it is a very wide networking that we can do a very influential advocacy. And when it came to the social contract, I think GCE can make a revolutionary in this. We have all of us to agree about the idea. So building the coalition for a collective action. This is where is the GCE skills. We are very skilled in building this collective coalition to have collective action. And also, I do believe that GCE is one of the maybe a few platforms and networks in the world who is always creating inclusives from bottom to up.
Thank you.
The idea of GCE, and let me tell you something, like, I have a strong loyalty to GCE. I work day, nights for GCE, because I do believe GCE is an inclusive organization. I, as a Palestinian, I can say whatever I want. I can criticize the people, and the people is still united. And I think there is a democratic process for GCE that give them the ability to mobilize and to influence and to even to develop and to growth. Global, we are very also, the GCE can offer the global solidarity. We can work on this even to mobilize towards the social conduct. And finally, I will not go more, also we have youth constituencies, constituency. So this, the leadership, the youth leadership constituencies in GCE is now is growth and exist in all these countries, and they are very active, and they can be part of this, and they should be part, and I think they are part of the board of GCE as a student and youth and the student movement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think one of the reasons why it's so important to have these kinds of civil society networks is because, like you mentioned, it includes youth, it includes teachers, it includes communities. It doesn't only silo these kinds of voices, but it brings them together because they're also connected, they have relationships, and they all need to work together and be unified. Thank you so much. Really, Lapilanian, you also are connected to a network of civil society organizations, Bridge 47, you're the CEO and founder of this network, and also you bring a lot of experience with networks of partnerships. So one thing as you've heard from the comments, the importance of long-term thinking, which sometimes is not the way that partnerships are forced to operate when it comes to projects or different metrics or targets. So how do you think that partnerships and networks connected to a global observatory, which will also be working with partners of different kinds, could benefit from thinking in longer-term horizons, supporting innovation in education, teaching, and learning?
Thank you, Elena. Thank you very much for the colleagues in the panel. Absolutely important points. So I'm trying to, not to echo, but perhaps strengthening a couple of points. And then indeed, the point what Subi was starting, that we are building the movement, that's really music to my ears. As a former student, activist, and still I would say the active citizen in many ways, I think that we definitely need to build the movement. And in that movement point, we have the short term and the long term at the same time. Because we need to act in the short term so that we can build the long term. So it's not either or, it's both of those. And definitely we in the Bridge 47, which is a global network, we exactly lobbied a lot to have this SDG 4.7, which finally will recognize in the global level also the informal and non-formal education, which mainly the civil society has done forever. And I think that we need to really celebrate about that, because that is our shortcut at the same time, so that we can really mobilize the people to act as active citizens wherever they are. And that's both, again, on the short term and the long term building. And including the lifelong learning aspect on that, where we can definitely really build the longer term principles and existence, the good practices, building the democracy by hand as well. And in that way, I think that we definitely need to really have those both aspects at the same time. So we really believe that exactly the using the informal and non-formal education, lifelong learning, in parallel with the formal education, and in harmony, we exactly could get much quicker results as well. And there's huge potential thinking about the global situation at the moment. And honestly, it's too slow if we are only concentrating in the formal education. And that's why we are more than happy to contribute from our side also on this observatory, which I think that has a little bit some kind of not only like the think tank thinking, but it's also the do tank position, so that we can also test, we can learn, where we can really recycle the good ideas, where we can learn from other, we can unlearn, because I think that we need to really take the moment as well to reflect that not everything what we have done has been perfect in this world. If it would have been, we wouldn't be in the situation where we are. So in that way, I think that we need to definitely learn. But how to make these circumstances so some kind of peaceful, we need to put attention on that as well. We are unfortunately living in the situation where we have too many conflicts going on at the moment, and we need to do everything that we can really democratize the participation, so that everybody is or has the opportunity to participate. And unfortunately, the tendencies at the moment is not in the right direction. But I think that this is absolutely some kind of element that without that we can't really learn or unlearn and moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Last but not least, we're happy to have Jose Mangione back with us on the stage. And we heard yesterday a little bit about the observatory that Indiri has, that is looking across a national context to learn from the insights and best practices of these community education pacts. So based on your experience, what is one key lesson that you would suggest UNESCO could consider in its global observatory on the futures of education?
Merci, Elena.
Thank you very much, Elena. I think that in Italy we have an observatory and we have something called a communal pact, and this is very important today. And a global observatory on the social contract has to reflect different social contexts. Also, it has to reflect different environments and relationships and dialogues. And this means that a global observatory has to realize 4 actions at least. The first one is to work with the government. If we want to understand if you want the social contract to be interpreted into concrete actions, the observatory has to create a national reserve, and through this, we have to collect some data that we can use at the national and international levels so that we can share some good practices. And also, there's something that we call capacity building, and this requires a political action in order to think about the norms of each country, the norms and the structures of each country that we need to support these actions. And at the international level, maybe we can organize some political dialogues in order to analyze different contexts and to propose solutions and recommendations that each country can use to maybe create new laws. And also, we can maybe think about the different impacts of each change. Next, the Global Observatory has to support countries that lack imagination in the renewal of these social contracts. So we have to share this renewal of social contract with all members of the community, including students and teachers, etc. This vision is really important in order to orient a social collaboration between all actors. And next, what is important is to do a monitoring and documentation work. The observatory has to evaluate different universal indicators, and at the same time, we have to give value to different measures that are being taken, and this can take the form of reports, and also we can make a global library that can connect to different countries, but also it will give to different countries to start on a journey towards change.
So Sobi, Tawil, we've heard these wonderful and thoughtful reflections, responses to your presentation. So we'll give you the last word if you would like to respond to some of the suggestions, ideas, and interventions that we heard.
Thanks, Elena. I mean, just to say, it's very encouraging to hear the responses and the reactions, and I do think, in our position, I mentioned it earlier, as UNESCO, we do have a particular role with, addressing ministries of education and representatives of ministers, and we continue doing that. We do have a youth network, we do have civil society network, we have a more fluid research and academic kind of, extension, but I don't think we mobilize enough. And the proposal that was presented earlier was to say, really, if we can really move together, it's not, as you began with in terms of, students and youth, it's not just a representation, but actually being, so I can just want to thank you all. There are many others, and I think, if we can, once a dynamic and a positive dynamic is in place, it attracts, and that is the idea. This is not the idea of creating the observatory is create a space and a dynamic for like-minded people, who like-minded, more than like-minded, who, and Stefania Giannini said it at the beginning, who, thinking together and acting together. I can only look forward. There will be a lot of work on our side, but I think there would also be a lot of interest. I had just floated the idea a little bit with, potential partners who could support. And I think if we have on board civil society, networks, youth, teachers, in a strong way, in an organized way, it's not just, token representation of different constituencies. I think, I see my time's up on the screen. No, I think for me it's just very encouraging to hear, so just wanted to thank you for that.
So thank you to everyone for this conversation, and we look forward to continuing it. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished speakers, for such an engaging and thought-provoking session. Can we look forward to the second International Forum, The Futures of Education in 2026? It's an exciting possibility to anticipate in 2 years, but for now, as we bring this inspiring first forum to a close, let us move into the closing ceremony. It is my great honor to introduce Mr. Tawil, who will deliver the closing remarks. He is the director of the Future of Learning and Innovation Division at UNESCO. And over the past year, he has been a guiding force behind the success of this forum, meeting regularly every 2 weeks online and more recently weekly with tireless commitment and vision. Despite working remotely, his leadership made it feel as though we were all collaborating side by side. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Sobitawo to the stage to deliver the closing remarks for the first, hoping that there will be a second, UNESCO International Forum on the Futures of Education.
Thank you, Jiwoo. I would like to, just to say, first of all, we've had an intensive and I think very rich couple of days. I mean, it's been very intense. Last night made it even more intense, I have to say, at least as far as I was concerned. But, I mean, we had the privilege of having the former president, Her Excellency Sally Work. I mean, it shows her commitment, and she has been committed to the work and the work of the Commission, and this is 3 years after. She has continued to engage. We've had the privilege of having members of the International Commission, some of whom are still with us, and from the expert group. We had the Minister of Education, who was the Vice Prime Minister of Korea, was unable to make it for the opening ceremony, but was actually here earlier on Monday. It's been a pleasure working not only with the ministry, and we insisted from the beginning, if you notice the logos, I mean, it's got its significance. It's not only a UNESCO International Forum being hosted by a country, and they all insisted as well. It's the Ministry of Education, it's the Jeongi-do Province Office of Education, and the National Commission for the Korean National Commission for UNESCO. We had that wonderful interlude, I mean, cultural, I mean, just amazing, just the effort that has gone into preparation of everything. The school visits, from what I've heard everyone say, I mean, how well prepared and how fascinating that was. We had dedicated sessions on Monday evening presenting the Korean national policy and strategy, a focus on the Jeongi-do province. We had the dinner, for those of you who were on Monday evening, also just, with music and songs and music created for the occasion and to celebrate. I mean, it was almost embarrassing hearing how much about UNESCO, but when we saw that short video on the Monday evening, I mean, you understand how rooted it is in an emotional way. It's part of the identity, in particular an older generation who had lived through a different Korea. We had the student session this morning. I mean, my goodness, I've never seen anything like that. I mean, obviously it was very well prepared, but it was prepared, I mean, at a level of, quality, and they were representing what was the outcome of a group dynamic and consultation. All I can say is that, when the International Commission, and I see here, but I can't see others, Fernando, I see Eliza, I see Minister Tiam, your report of the Commission was an invitation, a provocation, an invitation to engage with the ideas, engage in public debate at different levels, and take some of the ideas forward, get inspired, do something with them. And this forum as a whole is a response to that. The student session that we had this morning was a response to that. I mean, they got them, the school visits and the preparation and the organization that went into it was also engaging with the ideas and and responding to the invitation. Before my giving, some more formal thanks, I would like to open it up. I say Abdul Basit also, right? I can't see too well, but not to miss anyone from the International Commission. But who would like to, I would just suggest anyone who would like to express anything from these 2.5 days, please feel free. I mean, I've heard so much in the hallways, and
So let me do it. Well, I think that it's been, as you said before, quite amazing to understand what UNESCO and the inspiring work of the different commissions, including this one, the last one, these ideas that sometimes we think that are not that useful, how important UNESCO was for the recovering of Korea and for the building of education as the main force of the development of the country. And I think that this is it has been very inspirational to think that this could be done at world level. No? Sometimes we think that the reports are just something that then go to the library, and I think that this is something that could send a message to all of us that it makes sense and the effort is worth it.
I'm coming your way.
Thank you. I'm very, actually, I learned a lot from this forum, and I'm very honored to be present with all those experts in the educational field. I have 2 takeaways from this forum. First, I really admired the courage of the Ministry of Education in Korea, that they are experimenting AI tools. They are trying, they are getting out of the comfort zone. I went to the Seoul Elementary School, and I guess we were all inspired by how even the teachers were trying. They were not afraid. And if I want to take something with me, I want to take this courage to try, because it's for the future, so we need to try. Second takeaway is we talk also about innovation and youth, and I'm very privileged. I'm born in 2000. I'm a Gen Zer, so I'm youth. I'm very happy that I am here. I can listen to you. I can listen and learn from all of you, academic experts and everyone. So I guess this is a representation that us as youth, we are actually taking action. So this is my second takeaway. And we are always talking about youth and innovation. And when we were talking about the how after the why and what, I guess the how, it will need to cover a lot of protection, whether protection of privacy for youth and AI, protection to get into the market later on. Maybe because I'm a lawyer, so I come from an IP background, so it affects me a lot. But I guess if we are taking something with us for the future, we need to know how to protect youth for their privacy, but also for their innovative solutions, local solutions, to go to a global level while being protected. So I guess this is like a new piece, if we can say it, for the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I've attended UNESCO meetings for the last 40 years, and this, I can say without reservation, has been one of the most energizing experiences. And I want to thank the colleagues at UNESCO for the work that they've done. What is particularly critical about this is that I find that the discussions that took place here have been very open, balanced. We've not just gone down a consensus hole. And the dialogue and the debate has helped to enrich the perspectives. So there's a lot more room for exploration. And I think the willingness of UNESCO to keep this process alive, and with the involvement of the Union, which coincides also with our move to greater alignment with the Global South and with Africa in particular.
Thank you. Thank you. One back
there. On this historical day in Korea, I don't want to bring politics into this, but as a Korean American living here and working in Korea right now, the attention that's given to education and where we need to go in the next 5, 10, 20 years down the road is quite intense in Korea. And I'm sure it's the same thing in other 200 countries, the member states of United Nations. And that's the reason why we have the SDG goal number 4, which all we strive to. And I just want to thank UNESCO for coming to Korea and doing this event. And I look forward to working with UNESCO and working with educators, teachers, and principals, and so on. And I've only been able to participate in the first day and today a little bit, and I was quite inspired by what's happening here. So thank you very much for UNESCO. Yeah.
One last. Yes.
Thank you very much. This is Siddiq Zubair from Bangladesh. So thank you, UNESCO, for giving this opportunity to remain present in this wonderful program, because this is very new for me. I'm not a person who works with the education, but it was a learning session for me. And thank you, UNESCO, for preparing such a wonderful report. That the copy of the report that I received on the very first day of the conference, it was in Korean language, and I do not have any idea about the Korean language. So I asked the Sobi that, can I get an English version of it? And he ultimately collected and gave it to me. It was 24 hours flight from my country with the stopover, but I went through that report until the 3:30 of the early morning of the next day, because it was well written, very simple sentences, and every sentence carry a meaning. But at the same time, back of my mind, I was little confused that how much resource that we need to implement that. Whether every country have that much of resources to carry forward the vision that articulated in that report. May not be possible for every country to achieve in a short or mid-term, but it creates a vision, a dream of everybody's mind, which will ultimately, I believe, drive everyone to achieve that. Maybe in the mid-term, maybe in the longer term. That is the success of this report. And thank you, the organizers, the Korean government, that for organizing such a wonderful event with warm hospitalities and with the discipline. Everything was on time, in place, and we never feel that we are out of the country. So thank you everyone who are involved for organizing it, and also the UNESCO team. I believe that Sobi has become too tired, and that's why he took a technique to pass it to the participants. So thank you, Sobi.
Thank you. What's that? Yes. 1, 2, and then we do need to do some thanks. There is a reception, if I understand correctly, on the Korean side. On the Korean side. That we'll be hearing from you at the reception. And I don't want to keep everyone too long, but great to have you.
Thank you so much. Basically, I won't take a lot of your time. I'm a bit nervous here because I have not attended many of these official functions. Let me just tell you a little bit of background. I'm a third culture kid. I'm coming from Pakistan, and I moved to Hong Kong for my studies. And my father was a farmer, okay? So he had worked really hard to educate me, and it took me like 25 years to get to this conference and building up my education in Hong Kong, University of Hong Kong. And today, actually, until today, I have always thought of education as a business model. And attending this function has just got me to discover so many things. And thanks to the experts and the speakers today, they have given me a kind of new notion in education and trying to really work for the changing of the global education system. And I think with a lot of things happening around the world, today I also successfully got certain idea of doing a PhD and getting a thesis statement. And within these 3 days, I have really grabbed onto a lot of concepts and changing my further perspective and not looking as a business model for education to climb up a social ladder, but to make a difference in the life of people and the younger generation. And just want to thank the UNESCO for bringing that kind of feel. And also I have got my students with me today. So just to let you guys know you can make the difference in the world. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. One last one on the side.
Thank you so much. Actually, I'm representative of Japanese youth, so I'm not Korean. But first, thank you for organizing this wonderful international forum. Before joining this forum, I didn't expect how this is amazing, and there are a lot of amazing collaborations in each other. So I inspired a lot of them from them. I learned two things. The first is the importance of thinking about the community. Yes. So we discuss about the AI and the future technology a lot, but even if there's such a development, we always have to think about the community and the human, because education is for people and education is for the future. Yeah. I could realize about that. Yes. And the second thing is the importance of uniting together. Yeah, of course, I'm college student. I don't have enough power and skills to empower somebody. But if we unite together like this UNESCO, and if we unite together to create something new, I could realize that we can do it from being together. So at least I realized that I could decide to become a great educator in the future, and I hope to empower somewhere in the world. Thank you.
Let me just, all these words of thanks, and I have to say that Professor Hoon, Secretary General of the Korean National Commission, if we're all sitting here, we had the whole 3 days of the forum, it's because you had this idea a couple of years ago over lunch. We said, yes, maybe that would be good. And actually, it started by saying, you asked the question, where is the Futures of Education initiative? It's like the report is out, but where's the initiative? Where's the movement? And so we needed a moment of convening, and we're hoping that this Suwon Forum is the beginning of this mobilization around the Observatory. And in order to have a moment, a convening moment in time that we're thinking of the 2026 International Forum. So thank you for the idea, and thank you for making it happen. Obviously, with the Ministry of Education, with John Giddo, Office of Education, I mean, they have put so much effort into this. So thank you to the Minister of Education, the Vice Prime Minister, and the Governor. In your team, Professor Han, we were on a weekly basis with Mr. Shin. You need to come up because you've been doing and Jiwoo and all the others in your team. Yeah, come up front, Mr. Shin, you have to. And Jiwoo and others, there's so many in the team that I won't remember. On our side, Paula, Elena, Jinwon, Aida, Mark, Simona, who's here from the IBE, other colleagues. But that is, I think, the team that actually did the work. So thanks. So that's it from me. I think we have reception, right? Great. All right. Thanks. Yeah.
With this, we come to the conclusion of the 3-day journey of the UNESCO International Forum on the Futures of Education 2024. Through the diverse examples and experiences of social and educational innovation shared during this forum, we hope to achieve the goal of catalyzing future-oriented educational movements in a more proactive and inclusive manner. On behalf of the organizing committee, thank you all for joining us here at Suwon. And as we look ahead, let us remember that this is not the end, but the beginning of a shared mission to make a meaningful difference. I'll take my leave here, and let's give a big round of applause to everyone. And as a final note, following the closing ceremony, a closing reception hosted by the Gyeonggi-do Office of Education will take place at Convention Hall B, which is just next door, starting at 5:10 p.m. So we warmly invite all participants to join us for this closing reception. We kindly ask that you gather all your belongings and take them with you as you exit the venue. Enjoy your reception and safe travels. Thank you and goodbye.